T-Ride, and Roro. Sue Ray. What's up, Sue? You flying. T-Ride, T-Ride. What you say, Janie? Good one, wait. Turn up.
Today is the verdict date. That's what people been waiting for. I don't think it's going to take too long. I think it's going to be quick. I think it's going to be swift, for a number of reasons, and some of the reasons have been for reasons that people have stated. I mean, how much time do you think they're going to spend on a black man? How much time? And I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm saying shit. He's guilty about half of that stuff, at least at the bare minimum. I'm going with my gut feeling is he did about 50% of it easily. Um, he belongs locked up. He got problems. He's failing mentally. A lot of abuse going on in that house. A lot of people doing some things that they shouldn't be doing. Um, yeah, but I don't know how much he paid that attorney. I think I'm guessing that he got a good public attorney, defense attorney, but I just don't think it's going to take them that long, man. I don't think it takes long to figure out who's playing games and who ain't playing games in a case like this. And I think the man played games, but having said that, he is due a just trial, and I hope they give him that. I hope that they do follow the laws, because look, let's think about this. I mean, if they don't follow the law, he could appeal all of that. You know what I'm saying? And what good is that? So please, y'all, follow the law, and do your due diligence, jurors. I'm really hoping that they do. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Jade? What's up, Donnie? Yeah, yeah. And everybody else, come on in. Listen, if you're a subscriber, you can get in the chat. So just subscribe. Um, Shit, you can even become a member, a supporter of the channel. I do have other things coming that's in the works. If you ever notice, I got a documentary coming. Yes, about my hometown. Exactly. It's called Hometown DC, and it is coming. And I got I don't want to give it away what's in it, but it's loads of interviews of people that was born and raised in my hometown city that have contributed to the city. Yeah, in some beautiful ways. Members support that kind of activity, and some community things. We have these type of characters in every community. We have cults in every city, in the black community and in other communities as well. Shit, white community, Jewish community, Muslim, all of these folks, foreign community, and but we got them in the African American community and other communities, period. So this is a topic we should be discussing and letting our young people know that stay away from that shit. I myself could have been part of something like that. I mean, we have that, some of these groups try to organize in DC. I've seen them before. I mean, some better than others, some worse than others. But when it comes to some of these groups, they're really, really, really horrible. And they try to separate you from your family. They will take your sweat and your blood. Women, they try to get you trapped and pregnant so you can't got nobody else to run to. They really suck your blood, and I think this is another case of how that's happened. So today we're waiting for the Eligio Bishop verdict. Simple and plain. Excuse me. That's what we're waiting for, right? That's what we're waiting for, and it's coming. I do believe it's coming now. Let me see. Let me drop the link. Some folks coming up that want to talk about this. We're going to go over a few aspects of this. Like, for example, how many years do you think homeboy can get? How many years do you think homeboy can get? And so let me set this up real quick for folks. Yeah. How many years do you think, by the way, how many years you think he going to get? Just right off the bat. Right off the bat, how many years you think he's going to get? Let me know in the chat. Yeah, let me know what your thoughts are in that chat. And let me see. Let me set the rest of this up real quick. 2 seconds. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, here we go. How many years? And let me see what else. Okay, his attorney looked ravished. His attorney did a good job, bro. I mean, I think he did a good job. I mean, I don't, maybe you could always say that in retrospect, there's always some legalities and finalities to look at. You know what I'm saying? But from my perspective, it looked like he was actually fighting for the man. I mean, so um, I would think anybody on the public defendant side would be happy to get that attorney that Eligio Bishop had. Um, as far as a public attorney, I think he did a good job. But again, I think what he's facing, oh man, you just may not want to be facing that in any court. 7 years, yeah. You think he's going to get about 7 years? Uh, I believe it's something like that too, man, Donnie. I believe it's something like 7 years. Oh, let me throw this up as well before we get going. This one, yo, Shaka, what's up, bro? You there?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Now, so it's today. It looks like today is the date. What you think? You think it's going to be
I,
today?
I,
You
I
think it's
I
going to
think
take
it's
a
going
whole
to be today
weekend?
because they started deliberating yesterday, didn't they?
Yes, they started deliberating yesterday. They got
Yeah.
their instructions at least yesterday. I don't know how long they sat. I doubt if they went over any details yesterday, though. I think they probably went over the technical aspects, like the judge asked them, "Do we want to stay today? Do we want to start today?" What there's some things instruction they have to go over before they even start asking the main questions that affect his verdict. Which were mentioned in the court in the hearing. Just some of the main details, the main witnesses and things like that. But shit, what is it? Just-
Oh, you're breaking up now. Maybe it's my end. Sorry.
Is it your end? 2 seconds. It's mine.
Maybe it was my end. Don't worry. Just
It's
just keep
me.
going,
I
brother.
think I heard some audio playing in the back. It was my audio, bro. Sorry about that. Um, yeah. So I think, but like you said, they started yesterday. I don't think it's going to take them 24 hours to come back with a verdict. Um, and the man can appeal. So, you know, unless there's more to this, I think there was a lot of they had all the answers, the questions answered that they would need to come up with a yes or a no, a guilty or innocent. Yeah, and yeah, so I don't see why they wouldn't be coming back within 24 hours with a verdict. So I'm expecting it. What is it? It's 3:44 Central European time, and that would make it 9:44 uh, Eastern Standard Time, USA. That's East Coast time, and that's where Georgia is. So DeKalb County is located. So yeah, I think it's coming. I think it's coming. Let me see here. Good morning, Grandma Love. Hey, Grandma Love, how you doing? How you doing? Let me see. Yeah, what's Grandma Love talking about? Let's see. I don't like the man, but I don't think that he graped her. But I think he did everything else, and I think he's going to be guilty of everything else. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, yeah, yeah, and I think it's important to ask the question, or to point out that just because you feel maybe he did something, that's not the same question of as do you think that it was presented that was presented well in the court. Like when you see the court proceedings, do you feel like you walked away thinking that he raped her? And a lot of people, some people do, some people don't. I myself, I had to think about it. I had to think about it, and I've been kind of swaying a little bit, and I think that's good because I don't think anybody should. I don't think it's a good sign when you just think he did it from the beginning of the trial and you haven't even heard shit, and then in the end, yep, he did it. See, I don't even think it's necessary. But some people, they've been following this closely and hearing some of the details, so maybe it's possible. But in my case, I swayed a little bit. Now, and I've swayed around where you at, Grandma Love. Like, did he do the grape or did he not do the grape? But then there's other people that swayed with the false imprisonment, right? And then but most of the people I found, it's been the false imprisonment or the grape that they swayed a little bit with, but they tend to think he's going to be convicted of two. Let's break it up into three. There's grape, there's false imprisonment, and then there's the dissemination of the material, sexual material, right? those three things, most people come up with two guilties, one innocent, and that could vary depending on who you are. Now, yesterday we had a good conversation about this, and you know, I just want to point out one thing. We had a very good conversation, and that's something that you got to have, and it is a touchy conversation. So I would advise people to try to hold off on, if you can, the triggering natures of this stuff when we're discussing it, because this stuff is not nice to discuss. But there was a conversation towards the end where idea was given out that, like, let's think about it like a car. If you loan a car, and I think it was good to have the discussion because we need to, so everybody can hear it and think about it, right? And at first it made a little sense to me. I could see how people can compare the car. You borrowing a car, you don't bring it back. Is that theft? Or you ask me to borrow the car and I say you can't loan it, and then you take it. Or if I say yeah, and then something happens, trying to compare the car to a body. And I don't think that's comparable. I don't think it's comparable. I think when you're dealing with human beings, they're living creatures, they're not inanimate objects, and there's more nuances to yes and no. And there's more things that need to be considered. So my final view on this, just to let everybody know, which is the view I came in with in the beginning, is like no means no. And once somebody says no, don't ask again. Right? That's what I believe about it. Oh, Shaka fell out. Hold on. I think it's because he's driving. Now, anybody can hop up, but that's my feeling on it. My feeling is no means no. After you ask once, you're a grown damn man, don't ask again. Period. No matter what the circumstances are. I think you do yourself, you're in better shape when you do that. Even if a woman really digs you and really loves you and really wants to be with you, if she says no, no means no. And just take it easy, man. Back off. You don't need to ask again. You don't need to second question that no. And the same for ladies. I think if a dude says no, that's it. What we heard in this case was testimony that said different from that. The testimony of the alleged victim. She stated that she said no, and he kept asking and asking and asking over and over again, until finally she said, okay. That was the testimony. So I believe that reaches the standard of guilty for that charge. But we don't know. There's going to be a jury that's got to deliberate, and that jury is deliberating today. So let me go play this. This is going to take 5 seconds while we're waiting for the verdict. Anybody hear about the verdict? Of course, I'm on the lookout for it. But if anybody hears anything about it, please let me know the moment you hear something, so we can bring it up on the screen for everybody else to see. So let's see here. Let's check out what this is. This is the update from yesterday.
Update you on the polygamist cult leader trial and a very interesting moment that just happened a couple minutes ago. This case is happening in Georgia. There's the defendant sitting with his attorney. His name is Eligio Nature Boy Bishop. Yeah, he calls himself the Nature Boy. He's accused of raping one of his followers and then distributing revenge porn after she tried to leave the cult. Now, court resumed on Tuesday after being dark on Wednesday due to the judge having COVID. Moments ago, Bishop's defense team was pushing for a longer COVID break, and the judge responded by revealing that the defendant did an Instagram live video from the jail on Wednesday. Take a look.
No, you're fine. That Mr. Bishop was on a live through a jail call yesterday, during which he indicated his desire that the case resolve in a mistrial so that the case would be assigned to another judge.
Oh, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Bishop, I know you're doing everything you possibly can to try to get this case to go away, or at least get away from me. But that's not how it works. So, okay, we've got the feed going, so
Mr.
we.
Bishop has indicated he did not make that statement on the jail call.
Okay. All right, it's interesting how he was able to post an Instagram live post from the jail, but somebody emailed my office that there was some post. I wouldn't, don't talk about it, Mr. Bishop, it's not gonna help you. All right. Yeah, all right, we're gonna take a quick break so we can get the Zoom link, and then we'll resume.
Oh my gosh, his poor attorney. Did you see his attorney shaking his head? That tells me he had no idea, and he's disgusted by the behavior as it was. I want to bring in my guests. Let's talk about this a little bit. I have with me Corey Pegues and Dr. Janie Lacey. Corey, defendants just never cease to amaze us, don't they? This guy's in jail on trial being accused of rape, and he goes live on Instagram from the jail.
Well, listen, truth be told, that's quite common now. If you look on YouTube, you see all these prisoners in prison with cell phones. I don't know if the protocols are lax in prisons around the country, but it's not, I'm not surprised, Julie.
Mm-hmm.
Janie,
This is the final update from yesterday, y'all. So we're waiting for the final verdict. It's probably coming in, likely coming in today, but let's see.
Surprise.
And I'm wondering, how does it happen? They're not supposed to have phones there, right?
Right.
Who's slipping the phones into the jails and the prisons? This guy is something else. Dr. Janie, I just want to bounce a couple of facts off of you, please, and get your reaction. So apparently this guy calls himself Nature Boy. I thought that Ric Flair was the only Nature Boy, but that's...
If y'all think the verdict is coming in today, press 1 in the chat if you think the verdict is coming in today.
Side the point, Eligio Bishop. Corey caught that reference, wrestling reference for any wrestling fans out there. So Ric Flair, he's the real Nature Boy. This guy, this defendant, thinks he's the Nature Boy. He's 40 years old. He created this cult. The tenets of the cult, Dr. Janie, are veganism, nudism, and polygamy. He also, before becoming the leader of this cult, worked as a model, as a stripper, and as a barber. Mr. Bishop seems to be an interesting guy. And now we're just getting word, Dr. Janie, that he doesn't want to be in the courtroom anymore. So he's just deciding that he's just not going to be there. The judge warned him about this the other day, said the trial will go on without you, sir. So we're getting word that after that little exchange about the IG Live, he just said, I'm going to go back to my jail cell. Maybe he's going to do another one. Dr. Janie, what kind of a guy do you think we could be dealing with here?
Well, when I'm hearing all these facts, Julie, there's definitely, with no doubt, a detachment from the seriousness of reality and the seriousness of the consequences of his action. When we look at people that join communities that are cult-like, there are a lot of people that are vulnerable, that are looking to be accepted, that are looking to be part of something. And I would probably go out to say that he took advantage of a lot of people that were probably looking for certain types of community and acceptance, of people that were more of a vulnerable nature in many different ways, and uplifting himself in a very godlike figure to almost be in the place where he's in this fantasy world, that there's a seriousness nature going on. And yes, there's commonality. People have cameras, they can do all these other types of things on social media, but there's also this reality where there's empathy and there's compassion. And when we lack those types of dynamics in our personality, it says a lot about that people are objects and that they believe potentially that they are better than everyone else or uplifted higher.
Yes, Dr. Janie, this is so helpful. And as you're saying this, I'm thinking back to when this Eligio Bishop did an interview with police. And honest to goodness, he told police that he is God. We have the clip. Let's watch it together now.
You will never procrastinate again once you understand this.
What about the guys that and the girls that claim that you're God?
I am God. I believe I'm God.
Okay.
I do. I believe that I'm God. I believe we're God. I believe everything is connected. I believe that you're God. I believe that the way I treat you is how I treat God. I believe you don't treat God, we don't praise it as God, we praise each other. The way I treat you is how I treat God. I don't put God in my mind, I put God as you. And I love you as I love God. And my relationship with you is my relationship with God. We're God. We're all one. We're one earth, one source. We're all breathing the same air on this one rock in the middle of nowhere. Flying into the dimensions of the abyss of darkness. We're all on this one rock together. This is what I'm teaching. We can't keep fighting. The black people don't want to hear it. They don't, but I can break it through. I can break, see that, all that down right now, that's going to be on the news. That's going to put my name on the news. And what explanations on the news. So I'm looking at this like, oh, cool, this is good. This is what I need. I need press to get people to listen to me. Because they keep treating me as a joke. I'm telling them mathematics of the universe. I'm saying, listen, we need to eat this food. We need to get this much sunlight. We need to get out of the hood, put the guns away. This is what we need to do. Because we keep ending up behind bars. So we have to let them talk with the lane. And this is my message to the people.
Like I said, the tenets of the cult, veganism, nudism, and polygamy, and he says he is God. Dr.
All right, Justin, what's up? What's up? You back? I see. What's up, bro? How you doing? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was typing in the chat actually. We were talking about yesterday
Okay.
that I think the media is biased, right? And this is one of the examples I think where they were, being biased.
Go ahead. Explain.
So you hear the lady say, he tells the police that he's God, and that honest to goodness, he said he's God. Now, and I hate that we have to keep on saying that. I don't support the dude. I think he's disgusting. I think it's better for society if he's nowhere near around. But when he's talking to the police in this clip, right, he's speaking on a pantheist / deist type of tip, saying that we're all God, that God's in me, God's in you, and God's connected. Now, I don't believe that's been his teaching when he's privately with his cult members and when he's manipulating them. But there, when he was speaking to the police, I do think that a charitable take, right, and a reasonable take is that he's giving the same old universalist, that spiritualist type of rhetoric. But the way they spun it as if he was saying, "I'm God," right? Like that, and really extracting, his words from the context of this is some type of pantheism.
But let me ask you this. I agree that the media it don't matter what media you're dealing with. There's going to be a little bias, right? Period. It doesn't matter who, even the people, even individuals, even myself, it's going to be a little bit of bias, a little bit. But we can still have a good conversation, having said that, right? A respectful one, right? And then the intelligent mind is supposed to understand that, okay, a little bit of bias might be there regarding whatever group you're dealing with, whatever person you're dealing with, whatever, let's say, office you're dealing with, right? But even if you go to the doctor, there might be some bias, right? Things like this. And the media is one of those places where you're going to get bias. But do you really think they were homing in on that one particular point about God? Like, should I play it back? I mean, you might be right. But do you think the average person is going to be able to see it beyond that? Like, do you think they're going to be able to look at him and think they can get a conversation about deism, a real one?
Yeah, so I don't think that so I think the media crafts narratives all the time, right? They do what they do to sell newspapers, to sell ad spots, to get people to be more invested, in a storyline that they've created. Like, I don't think that you're biased, or at least I haven't really gathered that from you. And I do my best to be as impartial and as objective as I can, or as is reasonable.
Right. It's reasonable. Reasonable is what we need, pretty much.
So with this clip here, and then again when you this isn't like, because the other media I think was Fox 5, like. it seems as if they are taking clips so they can craft a narrative, and I think that is what they call yellow journalism. I think it's I think it's unfortunate, and like you see this, like I saw it with Obama, right, where you had news media that would take anything, whether it was a tan suit, whether it was him wearing a pair of jeans, whether it was
Right.
him eating a hot dog, and they would give the most unreasonable take, and that's what this news station seems to be doing now. So, and the issue is there are a ton of people who are impressionable, who
Yeah.
so
It's people that look at him that would look at least some of what Nature Boy was talking about as relevant, right? Period. And there's some of the things that would resonate with a lot of people, right? I mean, for example, nudism. It's a lot of people that are into nudism, right? Have you seen them in the media? Are you still there, Justin?
yeah, I'm there.
Have you seen them in the media making fun of nudists? It's nudist a lot of places, bro. In France, they got nudist colonies. U.S. they got that. Well, they used to have nudist colonies there, but in this case, it's just an example. I mean, is that what you mean? Kind of like just for him, they're going to laugh at him, but in reality, a lot of people might have this kind of philosophy.
Yeah, and I mean, like for sure, they take the most outlandish positions and then try to highlight it, and then again divorcing it of its context. So like when like because I don't believe that he believes what he was saying to the police. I think that he gives a lot of different messaging and that he's very manipulative to his group. But with the police, the way he was speaking, the way they represented what he said was disingenuous. So like I feel as if when they're trying to persuade the court of public opinion that they take the least charitable positions, and I think it does do harm, like especially if he does get off. If he gets off today, so I've been on a few of these lives now, right? And I've had women saying that I'm, call me a grapist, or I know we're not allowed to say the word, call me a
Oh
grapist
wow!
because I don't believe the state proved this case. Saying, and
But
like,
listen. There's a lot of people that don't think the state proved this case. I just stated that I think the state proved this case. But look, just in all fairness, Grandma Love don't believe the state proved this case in terms of that charge. It's just a fact, you know. It's just a fact. But go ahead.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that this like the media does this, that it drums up this war narrative. Like I think the propaganda war that's been happening, the gender war, and then even the gender war among black folks, is a product of the propaganda war that has been there by design. And I can imagine the one of the cases that I think really kind of like the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? I really did think that he was, had a good case for self-defense. As unfortunate as the situation was, and as detestable as his presence was at the protest, I thought that he had a good case for self-defense. So, I like as pro-black as I am, and
What you mean by that? Like, you mean technically, or do
yeah,
you mean
technically,
technically? Okay,
like
I got
you have footage of him running away from people, and then finally when he's cornered he shoots, right? Like like technically that looks like a clear-cut case of self-defense, and it ends up being that. But
you.
now
Right.
you have people,
But then
because
he
the way,
traveled 2 states away. He don't even come from the town that the people protesting in. He travels, brings his weapon with him. It's like, but I see what you mean by technically, yeah.
yeah, well,
Even
and then even with that, like so I know what I feel happened, right? I feel like he was a provocateur. right? That he was an agitator, and that in an atmosphere that volatile, that he was out there looking for trouble. But regardless of what I feel, what the state can prove is different.
Right.
So you have, a state in that case who brings flimsy evidence. They can't prove where the weapon came from. They can't prove that he wasn't with somebody who was over 18 that gave him the weapon in Kenosha, right? So you have these narratives that they've built up, right? Like, because when we say he came a state away, he only lived a 30-minute drive from where he lived to where the protest was. So, like, there's a lot of craft in the narratives, and there's a lot less of the cold, hard facts that are on the table. And when you do that, you have people who will get entrenched in positions, who will camp out and stake a flag on this hill and say, "This is where I'm dying, and I'm not removing my flag at all." In this case, right? I think that the state didn't give us solid evidence. You give us circumstantial evidence, which
Okay,
feels
but hold
very
on, hold on, hold
compelling.
on, hold on. Before you go to that part, stick with the bias part because you was trying to say how the media was biased here. So stick with that. How were they biased right here with him so far?
Yeah, because so when they say he literally said that he's God, right? The way that is presented, right, and even when you take words, you can do them in a way that it would so the Bible says that Judas went and hung himself, right? And then the Bible also says, "Go do ye likewise." Now, those two statements are both in the Bible, but it doesn't mean that that's the message the Bible is giving you. The message that Nature Boy would be given to the police in this statement here was a statement of some sort of pantheism, right? It's a statement of deism, saying that I believe that God is everything, God is me, God is you, God is in all of us. And that sounds a lot less unhinged than when the reporter says, this guy really said that he's God. He says he's God, and we have the clip.
All right,
Like,
let's play it back. Let's play it back. Hold on, 2 seconds.
It's how I treat God. I don't put God in my mind.
Together now.
What about the guys there that and the girls that claim that you are God?
I am God. I believe I'm God.
rewind to what she said. Rewind to what she said.
I believe everything.
Types of things on social media, but there's also dynamically that
As you're saying this, I'm
everyone else or uplifted higher.
Yes, Dr. Janie, this is so helpful. And as you're saying this, I'm thinking back to when this Eligio bishop did an interview with police. And honest to goodness, he told police that he is God. We
Can you
have the
pause it
clip.
there?
Let's watch it together now.
Can you pause it there? Now, if you listen to what she says here, right? She goes, honest to goodness, he says he is God. Would her saying that, would that give you any indication of what his real position is represented
Right.
in
Yeah,
his statement
yeah. I
here?
agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah. He was slightly saying something else and but she was like, he said he God. But yeah, yeah. The question would be, would the media, would they treat anybody would they treat any quote unquote person differently if they made that statement? What you think?
I think that I really don't think that they like. I think that she's reading a script. I don't think that these are her words, and this is what she's saying after coming to an assessment from watching footage and looking
Well,
at, like, listening
okay.
to the interrogation.
Yeah, okay, I get you. I get you. But maybe I asked it the wrong way. But does he believe he's God?
Yeah, he believes we are God. According to this, like, I don't know what he truly believes, right? Like, I think that he is a vulture who really doesn't believe anything. I think that he
Can you
believes in himself.
can you give can she make this statement based on him saying other things like that and not necessarily only this one statement which where he, where he describes himself as God, or we, like in that statement with the police, he's God, we God. They asking him about it in general, and then this is his response: we God, I'm God, you God, I treat people like God. But he's made so many statements about he's God, they don't all sound alike. Can she be referencing one of those in this point? I'm not trying to make a case for it. I just want to just make sure we get past that, because trust me, brother, I know the media is biased, period. I don't think the media can cover a case about blackness in America without being biased, man, in the first place. You know what I mean? Now, but that doesn't mean I think that he's guilty of this crime, and that doesn't mean that that I believe he didn't do any of this. I believe that they have proven their case. But still, within that model, I definitely do not think the United States of America court system has the moral what do you call it, currency to be able to prosecute anything like, in terms of blackness. Is a black man being treated fair? No, I don't think that that's reasonable for me, which is why I say stay the hell away from the police, stay the hell away from the court system. Understand there's going to be bias your whole way through. But go ahead. We're just trying to figure out, is this bias right there? Is she being biased about this God thing?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, okay,
like,
go ahead.
So what I think a reasonable, and I don't even think it has to be a charitable take, but I think what a reasonable conclusion of his statement to the police here is he's saying, I'm God, you are God, we are God, right? That's what he's saying there. And when she's taken, like she's talking about a clip, right? Like she's not saying, his message to the group, his message when they're in Costa Rica, his message, as they're traveling the world, was that he is God, right? Now, if she said that, I'd be like, yeah, he probably, he's manipulated in that way.
That's
He's
what he
doing
was
that.
telling people.
But right, yeah, because I mean, like,
the police asked him, though.
Yeah,
the police asked him, he got more deified.
Yeah, he
all
became a
got,
philosopher, and he became a pantheist. He was Aristotle when he was talking to the police. Like, it was like, we are God. There's God in all of us. So
The Rock got some God in it. Every little creature got God. Even an inanimate object, God could be in.
the trees, the wind, the bird, like this isn't any like this spiritual teaching isn't anything new. It's not. I mean, it like you see it in a lot of like the Native American cultures where they believe that there was a spark of God and everything, or in some West African cultures.
Is it fair to clown his ass over that?
Over what?
Down to over that. Is it fair to clown this man? No.
I mean, I think he's a clown.
The best thing for the media. It's not the best thing for the media.
Yeah,
I hear your point. I get it.
Yeah, no, I think he's a clown though. But what I'm saying is that here you have an example.
Yeah, in the media with a case like this, it's not a good idea to do that. Right, I understand. I think that's what you're saying. Like, you would expect the media, because we got to live with the after effects of this too, right? And the after effects will be like, oh man, they just laughed at him, and they saw a black man coming that's just trying to be a little different and trying to be a little different than what the standard is, and we can, and people will have that gripe about it. And yeah, I think you made your point. I agree with you, brother. The media is biased, and they're going to be a little bit biased. But is that going to affect the outcome of the courts?
No. I think the jury now sequestering probably is a lot harder than what it used to be. But I think the jury being sequestered and them, hopefully taking their duty seriously. I don't think that anything that's happening in the media currently is going to be affecting the court. I think that the worst thing for Eligio was himself, right? Like the fact that he thinks he's smarter than everyone, the fact that he's trying to manipulate the judge and delay the trial and all this. I think that is like, you can't escape the impression you're given to the jury by your antics. So I don't think the state proved the case, but I think that he is, you know, demonstrating to the jury who is watching him in real time that he is a manipulator. So
Yeah,
I
man.
think it's 50-50. I really don't think that the state proved this case. I do think that if I'm on the jury and from the evidence and testimony presented to me, as limited as it is because we're getting it via YouTube, that I would, I would be not guilty on the grape counts and the false imprisonment. I don't know how the jury might be seeing it, but I really don't know. I don't believe that they'll be returning a guilty verdict on all counts.
Okay, yeah, and in an appeal case, it kind of these things might matter. How the media treats him, yeah. So we're gonna see what the public thinks. Let me play a little bit more of this, and then and right now we're waiting for the verdict to come in, y'all. So let me play some more.
What about the guys there that and the girls that claim that you are God?
I am not. I believe I'm God.
Okay.
I do. I believe that I'm God. I believe we're God. I believe everything is connected. I believe that you're God. I believe that the way I treat you is how I treat God. I believe you don't treat God. We don't praise an invisible God. We praise each other. The way I treat you is how I treat God. I don't put God in my mind. I put God as you. And I love you as I love God. And my relationship with you is my relationship with God. We're God. We're all one. From one earth, one source. We're all breathing the same air on this one rock in the middle of nowhere. And they're flying into the dimensions of the abyss of darkness. We're all on this one rock together. And we gotta get along. This is what I'm teaching. We can't keep fighting. The black people don't want to hear it. They don't, but I've been breaking through. I've been breaking, see that, all that data right now, that's gonna be on the news. That's gonna put my name on the news. And what they just want to do. So I'm looking at this like, oh, this is what I need. I need press to get people to listen to me. Because they keep treating me as a joke. I'm telling them mathematics of the universe. I'm saying, listen, we need to eat this food, we need to get this much sunlight, we need to get out of the hood, put the guns away. This is what we need to do. Because we keep ending up behind bars. So we have to let them talk the lane. And this is my message to the people.
Like I said, the tenets of the cult, veganism, nudism, and polygamy, and he says he is God. Dr. Janie, you told us all about this. It's like without even seeing that, you knew this is the kind of guy we're dealing with here, huh?
When you think about that, there are certain religious sects that believe that God is not outside of us, it's inside of us. But that does not necessarily mean that in this case, when we kind of potentially take someone that has some type of psychosis or some deep mental health challenges or deep rooted trauma and being able to kind of create this almost narcissism of themselves to be able to get acceptance and validation from their community is very, very distorted.
Justin, I know you probably want to say something about that because they're giving a description of what they believe his mental state is, but she's a doctor now. So, but what do you think about this kind of description of him being made from a media perspective?
I didn't hear her comments. I was reading the chat. I apologize.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back a little bit.
But that does not necessarily mean that in this case, when we kind of potentially take someone that has some type of psychosis or some deep mental health challenges or deep rooted trauma and being able to kind of create this almost narcissism of themselves to be able to get acceptance and validation from their community is very, very distorted and is not necessarily something that people who truly believe in this religious nature that that they are God or God is in all of us necessarily take advantage of people. So there's definitely some different other things going on in this case.
Oh, for sure.
What you think about that? She was speaking about his comments about God. What you think about that?
Yeah, it sounds like to me that she didn't have this laughable indictment of his philosophy that he was giving to the police. Right, that she didn't scoff at what he was saying, but that she doesn't believe that he feels that way genuinely, right? That he, while he might have a background that is traumatized and a background that is, disturbing, that he uses different pieces of philosophy and religious and spiritual teaching to, essentially gain clout and weaponize that against people he's following. But from what it sounded like to me, it didn't sound like she was condemning the philosophy that he was telling the police that he believes.
Right. It was a little more balanced. It was a little balanced. All right. Let me play some more.
Dr. Janie, this is so helpful. Thank you. I want to let you both know we just got another update here. So apparently, after he decided to not be present, he reconsidered and returned to the courtroom. We want to show you a live look where now he's objecting to the judge being there. He's had a lot of back and forth with this judge who is very smart. She's been great with him on the law, trying to protect his rights, essentially, when he was saying the other day he may not feel like coming to court. He may fire his attorney, and she was very patient. Let's see how her patience may be tested here.
Did you see what Ralph just said right there? What you think about Ralph's comments there?
Yeah, I don't think that she was incriminating him in any way. I think she was given an assessment, and she's doing what she was asked to do. So, I don't think that she would be up there speaking as somebody who can be an authority in the matter. But like you bring on different people for opinions and say, they don't necessarily have to couch their statements and saying, well, I haven't treated this person. Right. I haven't treated this person for, but this is what I see. And this is my professional opinion based on what I see. But I don't think that she was, incriminating him in any way.
Yeah, no, she's using his incriminating words for his mindset without doing an example. Hold on, no, she's using incriminating words for his mindset. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, Ralph. But hop on up and explain that. But it is some damning words, but these are words that he made, himself. So, but all right, let's keep playing.
All right, have you discussed his ability to testify or not testify in that context?
And that's another objection that we would have, Judge, because obviously his ability to testify and to defend his case from the jail, he doesn't feel like it's a choice or an option that he has. He's happy to be here in court if the CDC guidelines are followed, in his opinion, but if the CDC guidelines are not followed, he feels compelled to follow his own health and his own best interest. And so he is going to go to the jail and observe his trial there. He understands that his ability to testify, and I believe his ability to testify would certainly be encumbered if he chooses to testify. But at this point, I think he's going to take his own health over anything else. So I would advise him of his right to testify or not testify. I do think that he will not choose to testify under these circumstances, but you can certainly inquire of him and explain to him his right, because obviously that's what the court will do.
All right. Well, the trial is going forward. We've already.
Shakis, you there? How you doing, Shakis?
It shakes.
Oh, what did you say?
It's shakes.
Oh, shakes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I said Shakis. How you doing,
okay?
Shakes?
I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for hopping up. What's on your mind? What you got? What you got to say?
I was just gonna say, if you've been following Nature Boy for a long time and you've been watching his videos, he stated when COVID first came out, he didn't take it serious. People was losing their life, people was dying and everything, and he was on video saying that he didn't believe in it, it was man-made, that he would never catch COVID and all this stuff. So now, since the judge had COVID, you worried about losing your life or your life on the line and all this stuff. Them people know that you full of crap. Them people know that he just trying to prolong this situation. He done did everything possible to try to prolong this. He even tried to fire his lawyer. Like, they know he
Mm.
bullshitting. Because he was the
Yo,
same person that said he didn't believe in that. And it was
that's a
man-made and people family was passing away and stuff. So I'm not
wow.
even trying to hear that.
Wow. So that's a very good observation, sister. And you know what? I haven't been following it that long. I got fresh eyes on it. I've been in and out here and there, So I'm so happy that you brought that up. The brother didn't take, apparently, according to Shakes, the brother did not take COVID seriously when it came out, when a lot of people were dying. And you know what? That's important because there's a lot of people that didn't. Justin, you try to hop up twice or what? Somebody came up with your same name, but in any case, they're gone. But Shakes, it's a lot of people that felt that way, and so that's a really good observation you just made there for the public. He flip flop. But go ahead,
Yeah.
keep going, keep
Yeah,
going. Let me know more.
he definitely flip-flopped. He was trying to prolong this. He know that the time was getting near for them to go deliberate. He wanted to prolong it, and he's scared. I mean, I understand you scared, but you wasn't scared when you was mistreating all these people and doing all these people dirty. Now, I will say, out of all the times that him and the victim had sex or whatever, why all of a sudden will she say? Why all of a sudden will she say that you did this to her? You know, even through all the jealousy and all that stuff when dealing with polygamous relationships and stuff like that, why specifically this time would she just say that you did this to her? That's why I'm more so believing it. Excuse me, I got a little cold, but that's why I'm more
No,
so
you
believing
good.
it. I'm 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 literally believing it. And yes, he didn't believe in diseases. Just like a older lady went to the tribe with a cult because at first it was something that was supposed to turn out good. The lady went there, she had a heart condition, and she was saying that, oh, he told me that, and if I just do this diet, I don't have to take my medicine and all this stuff. Her name was Mama Dia. She died because of him telling her that
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to take that medicine because I'm God. I'm gonna heal you from all these diseases.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly why Malia went to the hospital as well. Malia went to the hospital because she was having kidney problems. I think it was kidney problems, if I'm not mistaken. But she was in the hospital. That's how sick she was because he's telling them that he God. So if you God, why you ain't healing these people? Like you full of it.
Let
Like,
me
come
ask you a
on
question here, sister. It's just
now.
because you up here and you are a sister, so I want to ask you what do you make out of a comment like this? TME made this comment. Now, I agree with some of TME's comments before on, regarding something else, but now this comment comes up, and you a sister, and it said, or a woman, it says most of these women are just bitter due to some hurt in their prior relationship. What do you think about that kind of concept?
um, I do believe that's true. I believe that a lot of women, they do be hurt after relationships and they lie on men and stuff like that. But in this situation, you got to think about this. This is a place where people coming where they basically they will leave and come back, leave and come back. So I feel like with him and how he was and how controlling and stuff he was, I just don't see her. She knew that he liked her, so I just don't see her being bitter out of this situation and just lying on him about this charge because she could have just went back one day,
Right. Just
like,
because you bitter don't mean you're going to lie about a chart. Don't mean you're going to fabricate a case. All
yeah.
bitter people don't do that,
I've
and
been
that bitter.
mad at
So
I've been mad at my ex, and I just be like, Shh, I'm gonna go talk to somebody else, or I just don't talk to him, or I just ignore him. But that's something that I would do. But
it,
it
it,
is women who do that.
yeah. But it's something people been considering. I've heard that made before in the public, but but that's just some people again. Just like that comment was like some women. Some people think that, some people don't. But let me, everybody in the chat and the listeners, let me know. Press 1 if you think the verdict is coming in today. Press 1 if you think the verdict is going to take more than 24 hours, 1 day. Press 1 if you think, oh shit, did I say that wrong? I'm sorry. If you think the verdict is going to take less than 24 hours, press 1. If you think the verdict is coming in today, press 1. I just wanted to get that out the way. Anything else you want to say, Shakes? Or you can stay up if you want. It's up to you. But were you finished? You got any other observations you want to throw out there at the moment?
Yeah, and another thing too, with him, with the case, like when they was doing closing arguments, and the prosecutor, went back up and said, and she was speaking, and she said that he called over 80 times and stuff like that. They have all those calls recorded too. And it's only a matter of time where he get charged with that too, for telling them what's going on. And they supposed to be a part of it. They supposed to be witnesses. And he was calling them, basically talking about the trial with them. And that was something he was not supposed to do.
Wow.
And everybody want to complain about the the detectives or the expert only seen 6. He said he's seen like 10 to a dozen videos. Well, if you want to be technical, how many videos do you have to watch to understand that this man was terrible? I can go on YouTube and type. If I was a person that didn't know him and somebody told me about him, I can just go up and type in his name and just watch one video and be disturbed. So really, how many videos do somebody have to watch to understand who this man really is?
Right. Exactly.
So the question is, right, like, did the state prove the charges for the accusations of March 24th? Now, if he's on trial for being a cult leader, then absolutely he's going to jail. If he's on trial for the atrocities committed everywhere else, then yeah, he's going to jail. But the state had to prove, and I think the standard was beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt, that he falsely imprisoned, the person. I don't want to say the name because some people don't want you saying name. That he falsely imprisoned her, and that he raped her as well. Like, these are 2 charges they have to prove beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. And so when you were talking earlier, that, like, why would she say this? The question is, why didn't she say this? Because she still hasn't, to this day, she hasn't said that she was raped. She hasn't said that she did not consent. When asked on the stand, she said, I don't know. Right. So if I'm a jury and you're asking me, was she raped this day? I'm going to say, just like she said, I don't know. And I can't return a verdict of guilty if I'm unsure. So that's my only issue. Like, my biggest problem is this, that the state had a flimsy case, and that they threw everything at the wall to see what would stick. And I think it's unfortunate that in this case, there's a very good possibility that he's going to be found not guilty on those 2 charges.
I just wanted to say, before you answer that, there's some difference. There seems to be a difference between some of us what we think is like what you just said, Justin. You said that she didn't refuse, or she didn't say no, or something like that, or she didn't
No.
say
So what we heard yesterday, right, and what we heard throughout the trial was, they asked her, how many times did you say no before you said yes?
Right now, right there.
So
just stop right there for a second. Right there, my view of this thing is like, when you say no once, you shouldn't ask again. Like, you should not ask again. No just means no. Walk away is still a good day. You know what I mean? The person can always come to you later voluntarily and offer whatever they want to you. But to ask again after they said no puts you in question. And I think it's going to be interesting to find out what the law believes about that. But go ahead. I just wanted to state that because people seem to have a difference there. So go ahead, Shakes.
I was just going to say, furthermore, he didn't say He didn't say, how many times did you say no before you said yes? He said, how many times did you say no before you said okay? Because, and if I, in person, to me personally,
That's true. She didn't say yes. She said
exactly. She
okay.
said,
That's it.
okay. And why did you say okay? Here is the facts to this. This is why all the witnesses was called. Because if I say no to Eligio Bishop, oh, he might whip my ass. He might beat me up. I might get locked in his room. I mean, he might do something to me that's going to hurt me real bad because I say no, if I say no. So I said okay because I wanted to survive. If somebody come up run up to me and say, "Give me all your money, give me all," you think I'm finna tell them hell no? Here, take this shit, cause I don't want to die tonight.
Yeah, you might even say
Okay, let's
okay.
stick with that example, right? So, say someone that you're familiar with, someone that you used to be in a relationship said, "Hey, I need your money, all of your money," and you're like, "No," and they ask you again, and you're like, "No," and they keep annoying you, and you say no, and then you say okay. That's not armed robbery. That's not robbery. That's
But hold
not
on.
theft.
I just want to state again,
Listen,
it's money's an inanimate object. That's not
Well,
a
I didn't bring
physical.
money up first, though. That wasn't me
Okay,
bringing money
okay.
up.
oh, I brought the money up. I was just giving an example, and I hear what you're saying too on that. Well, we got to think about who the person is. So if I'm in a relationship with somebody who's abusive, and I know if I say no, that he might beat me up or get other people to beat me up, I might say, okay, here, because I don't want to deal with all that extras. I don't want to get beat up. I don't know what you gonna do to me if I say no, because every time somebody say no to you, you act like a damn big ass baby and throw a temper tantrum and have people beating up on each other, and shit, it's possible that you might beat up on me. So it depends on who we dealing with. If my ex ain't that type of person and he just keep asking money, and I know, and we kind of left on a good note and all that stuff like that, it's kind of different. I might be like, well, what you need the money for? It's a different because we got to worry about who we dealing with.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I agree with you that you cannot consent under duress, right? That like it's impossible for a person to consent under duress. The only issue is that you have to, in this case now, because it wasn't forcibly taken, you have to prove that she was afraid of some imminent danger from him or from someone in the group. And the only way you can prove state of mind is by behavior. So which is why they brought in the domestic violence expert, was because they were trying to show that her behavior, even though it was contraindicated, that she could still be somebody who was afraid in that moment. I don't think though, and I think that it's a heavy lifting for the state to have to prove that her state of mind was fear, especially in the face of the facts that she's gone back and forth several times, that her Uber was there and her way of escape was there, but then she went back into the house, and that eventually she says okay. So I just feel like when you're talking about the court of law, and not whether or not what I would do, what you would do, what somebody who thinks is creepy, because creepy is not a crime. Creepy is not a criminal act. Whether I think it's desperate and gross, it doesn't mean that it's illegal. So when she said okay, did she say it under duress? I don't think the state really proved that I don't think they showed with the testimony and evidence that they had available that she was afraid. Even when she was asked, um, even when she was asked, by the investigators and on the stand, like, were you afraid he was going to hurt you himself? Like, she was asked, has he ever physically hit you himself? Like there was a lot of evidence in the case that suggested that she wasn't his prisoner, that she would have been able to leave, even though it would have been them harassing her and calling her names and telling her she was going to hell and going to Babylon, that she had the ability to leave if she wanted to. So I think that
All
the
right.
state had a lot of heavy lifting to do, and they didn't meet the burden.
But
Okay.
do you?
Now let me
Oh, go
just
ahead.
get Tar in here real quick because Tar actually has some familiarity with cults. Right, Tar? What's up?
Yeah, true peace, everybody. Yeah, I just got a little minute. I'm on the way to work, but yeah, it's like it's true. Everybody, what they're saying is true on both ends. You know, I think it's gonna be, like you said, maybe a little difficult because they're using this particular person. But for a person like me, I used to follow Dr. York, although I never lived on the land and I wasn't privy to all that stuff that happened as far as what Yorkman was accused of doing and they proved and the diseases and all that. But the mentality and stuff is the same. And I've been watching Nature Boy since about 2017. So I've seen him get kicked out of 3 countries and Hawaii, and then ended up back in America. And so he was abusive. If you look, if anybody who's familiar with Nature Boy's history, he not only beat women, he beat the dudes. He took them dudes' girls and passed STDs to them and all of that. So, like you said, in the courtroom, trying to prove him on that note may be a little difficult. But if they look at the history, you can see that. And then with the matter of fact, on the internet, you could see him making them girls fight each other on the beach till they was bleeding, and he was laughing. So it's not even. Of course, I'm pretty sure she's seen all of that, but the cult mentality when you need somebody, when you don't have, when you come from a broken home, because that's what usually cults attract in the majority. Some people that being cults had both parents in the home, so they was there for a whole different reason, not knowing it was a cult per se. But for the most part, when you look at the majority of members in a cult, they always didn't have one parent or both parents. It was abandoned, and they looking for something. The same thing with a gang. Those people they feel in a gang is, they true family and stuff like that. And then when you got what makes it more dangerous, that's the only thing that's dangerous than a cult, like a small cult like his versus a gang, is that they have more loyalty and they go to the point of killing somebody else for that love. You understand the choices and decisions they're making is not just based upon the the person might want to leave because they feel like they're not getting what they're supposed to get. Like you said, it could have been jealousy. It could have been a whole bunch of little things that we'll look at and say, oh, okay, so she did this as her way out. Regardless to the point is these folks are attracted because they're broken. And then when they get in there, and then like I said, if you look into his background, most cult leaders have messed up backgrounds themselves, and they got a way of attracting broken people, and then they try to control them and fix them because they don't know how to fix themselves, and they just use the knowledge as a cover-up. But all of us seen that Nature Boy was definitely violent. It was stuff that York was doing. Same thing with Dr. York. He was having his members beat way back in the 70s until they went to Georgia. They had to produce at least $100 a day. I got audio where York had his folks walk from Brooklyn. Walk from Long Island to Brooklyn. And it could be 10 or 20 of them, and they all had to share one bowl of miso soup. To him, he thought that was teaching them discipline, but no, you being a cruel dictator. Why would you make a group of men walk from Long Island all the way to Brooklyn when you could take a train, especially if y'all gonna go out and hustle and sell your incense and oils and books? That makes no sense. You killing the energy for them to walk all the way from, you understand, and then have to go out there. And this is what cult leaders do. They put them through gruesome things. Nature Boy was famous for making people stay up all night with no sleep before he came back over here. So you have to look at all of the things that the military or whatever, or not.
What's up, guys? I saw you.
I think Todd just dropped out. Todd, you there?
Hello?
You still there? Go ahead, Todd. Wait,
okay.
A second. Yeah, go ahead, Todd. Go ahead.
All right, so yeah, when they interrogating different people that the military, they'll make them stay up all night, waterboard them, you know, or like they did, I think, in the Iraq war, they had the military put a bunch of speakers out there and play loud music all night. All this stuff to break them down mentally. So you have to, some stuff we have to use common sense and understand that this is what you do. He wore her down because he kept asking. You see what I'm saying? So she had to understand at some point, if she don't say what he wants to hear, then whatever she may have been privy to or had prior knowledge of before she got there or after the point, he still is a danger. Everybody can, and we got too much evidence for that. But in the court, if they have to try to prove that since he came back to Atlanta, that may be a little hard versus if they were to go beyond and look at the stuff that he was doing prior to that. That was all I wanted to say.
Okay, I got you, Todd. Hey, we're gonna take it in turn real quick. So Ralph, and then what's your name, brother? Here, then the one next to Ralph.
It's
Good?
funny how. Hello.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, sister. Just 1 second. I just want to get Ralph
Y'all
up
hear
there
me?
real quick, and then we're gonna go in turn. But go ahead, Ralph, and then Gutierrez trial. Hold on. Who is this next to Ralph? I can't see your name. I'm sorry. On the screen here. Alex. Alex, you're right after Ralph. You're right after Ralph. Go ahead, Ralph.
What's good? What's going on, everybody? What's up, V? Man, I agree. Like, I think this is like a media setup case. Like, if he going down for just being a cult leader, like I said before, I'm with that. Everything else seems like it's manipulated. It just seems like it's for entertainment. And I'm always going to say this, even to my daughters, my sisters, my mom, any woman I'm connected to, if something happens to you and that sort, where you've been physically abused, overly mentally abused, and sexually assaulted, if you don't go to the police and your parents, how can we trust that you will let something so dear to you just be taken from you and do nothing? I don't care if it's forceful, manipulative. How do you let someone get away with stealing something from you, taking something from you? And I can't just say he guilty of that. I feel like if women or men who's been in that situation, if you don't stand up for yourself, why do you want other people to stand up for you? This is why a lot of people get in danger with their own lives, stepping into other people's business. And I'm a person who's willing to help, but I'm not willing to put my life or my character on the line for someone that I don't know. And the lady that called him, the therapist lady that called him a narcissist, she's not using positive words. Even though I'm not saying that she should, I'm not a fan of Nature Boy. I'm not for Nature Boy, but I'm saying she didn't use any type of language to put him in a positive light.
Okay, I just want to make one correction. Alex, just try to be patient because I forgot Medea was here. She hopped up before you, and I don't want her to wait too long. Yeah. Medea, you there?
Super patient, man.
Yes, I'm here. I thank you so much. I just wanted to hop in on the conversation. Thank you for having me up. I am here sitting in DeKalb County Courthouse on verdict watch right now.
Exactly. I thought you was familiar with this trial. I've been following you a little bit myself. So go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sitting here now, and I just wanted to add, I know that, a lot of people are like doubtful of the actual charge here, but I need you guys to listen to the full interrogation video. If you'd like, you could run it here if you want. It's on my channel, and
Okay.
in it, Nature Boy says she said no. He said that to the police. He said, yeah, she said no. But it wasn't like a no. It wasn't like a strong no.
Do you have that link? Can you put the link in the back chat?
Yeah, in the private chat, I'll do that.
Please do. But go ahead, sister. Keep going.
But yeah, he said that she said no in his interrogation video. He also said that What did he say? He said, I mean, her name is tatted on, my name is tatted on her butt. That's my woman. That's my property. So just bear that in mind. Like, I understand that the victim didn't come forward immediately. I understand that, there's a lot going on with this one, a whole lot, with the cult aspect, with the um, domestic violence aspect, with Rick Allen Ross, the cult expert, explaining all of this stuff, and also saying very negative things about him. But here, the linchpin for me is hearing him say it out of his own mouth. And I'll drop the link
Thank you
here
so
shortly
much
for
for
you.
that. And thank you for everything you've been doing to follow the case. I actually came across your name through catching up on this case. And I was like, okay, so when I saw you hop up, I knew, I was like, is this the Medea that they've been talking about? And
Yeah.
that's why I didn't want to miss you. You're welcome to come back, and I appreciate you coming just to share here with people. You so right. This is a complex case for the public because the public has to catch up with today's times and these issues and what really goes on, what's really going on in people's minds. And just because I would think one thing doesn't mean the next person would feel the same effects. So we got to take that in mind. But I appreciate everybody. But go ahead, sister. You want to say anything else before I pass it over to Alex?
No, you could pass it. I'm just going to sit here so I can do it in the private chat here to you.
Perfect. Yeah, stay up here. Stay. That's exactly
Okay.
what I appreciate. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Yo, Alex, go ahead, brother. Thank you.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me on. First of all, I run a channel called David E. Taylor Full Frontal Exposure 2.0 on religious cults. Everything I see here with Nature Boy falls right in line with David E. Taylor. Everything I've heard, seen, witnessed in this trial, David E. Taylor is going to be the next Nature Boy on trial. Promise you that. He is this guy. One thing I've learned about these cult leaders is they all desire one thing: power, money, and women. They all say they have some secret from God. First of all, let me be clear. Somebody comes to you and tells you they have a secret from God, probably run, okay? Just saying. It's probably a cult. Somebody says, hey, I have this secret from God that you can't get anywhere else. Turn around and walk away. It's that simple. Don't follow these people into darkness, because that's exactly where these people are taking you. Nature Boy, this is human trafficking. Forced, fraud, or coercion. That's the three dynamics of human trafficking. Look it up on the DHS website. If it involves force, fraud, or coercion, guess what? It's human trafficking. Nature Boy, he's going to prison for human trafficking. I don't know why they're not bringing up human trafficking charges, honestly. Has anybody ever questioned that with this cult? Human trafficking? Or is everybody looking at, oh, it's a cult? But no, he coerced these people to move out of the country and give up their whole lives. That is coercion, you guys.
Yep.
Force, fraud, or coercion. Is it under fraud pretenses? Absolutely. Were they coerced? Absolutely. Was there some force involved? Absolutely. Human trafficking. Look it up.
You got criminal on the state level, then you got criminal on the federal level, and they don't always operate at the same time frame. And then you also have the civil, and I think in Nature Boy's case, he's a good candidate for all three.
Absolutely, because he moved people out of the country. Not out of the country, but he moved them across state lines. That's human trafficking, man. Once you start moving people against their will under those three pretenses, guess what?
As a matter of fact, anybody that Medea and also Alex, and anybody else, drop your handles in the back chat just so I can put them in the main chat for everybody else that's watching that can go further and find you all.
I'll actually be running a live tonight on my channel, and I'll be interviewing a cult security guard from the cult we've been tracking for the last 3 years.
Okay, fair enough.
Bombshell, man. I have some good interviews on my channel from cult survivors, dude. If you don't want to subscribe, I get it. I do cuss, so I apologize. I don't come with a filter on my channel because honestly, there's a group of us out here that are following these people, and we're tired of the shit, man. We are tired of it. Tired of seeing taxpayers getting taken advantage of, while everybody else has to sit by and follow the rules, while everybody else just bends over and takes it. BS, man.
And it's dangerous. The cults are dangerous. Yo, Ralph, you wanted to say one thing before I go to the I got unapologetically, and then we also have me internationally.
Yeah, I don't see how you get them with trafficking. Them people free to go as they will.
Okay,
Fraud,
but
force, fraud, or coercion.
okay,
Can you
but
coerce somebody? What's
Nah,
coercion?
that's called free will. I told if I want to get up out this mall right now, because I decided to get out this mall right now, that's my free will.
But what if somebody coerced
Even
you?
though
What if somebody said, "Hey, I'll give you 10 grand to leave that mall right now"? That's coercion.
all right, but hold on,
nah,
y'all.
you paid me. That's a job.
Wait a second.
Coercion.
Because I don't want to have the debate about whether it's
Yeah.
coercion or whether it's free will right here, right now. But I hear both of y'all. That's a worthy discussion to have,
Yeah.
regardless of how it turns out. But let me just go over now. Now, unapologetically, you've been there for a second, right? You there?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Speak. You got the floor now, sis. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the first thing that I want to point out is no means no under the court of law at any time, and the prosecution as well as the witness statement did a very good job at pointing out that the victim, and I'm not going to use the victim name because they're not using the victim name for protection, but the victim statement pointed out that she said no several times, before. So that's one thing that they have. And also, I want to bring up that I don't know if y'all know about the cult leader, Dr. York, who is Nature Boy's master teacher. He's not only Nature Boy's
Oh, really?
master teacher, he's Jamal's, Rashad Jamal. And both of these people are in the state of Georgia. Dr. York was tried in the state of Georgia. For some odd reason, the metropolitan area of Atlanta has a major cult problem, because even Rashad Jamal is there in Atlanta, and a lot of things are being done there in Atlanta. So Atlanta, the surrounding area, they are very familiar with cult activities, and it has become a nuisance to them as well. So they're not, and one of the things that I'm confused about as well is the fact that, like everybody is saying, all other people have to do is step forward and press charges on Nature Boy, and this case elevates. So just because we may get a verdict today or tomorrow, sometimes this week on this particular incident, does not mean that more charges are to come, and does not mean that this case won't move into either a state RICO or a federal RICO, because all of this stuff is present. You got the money with the PPP loans, the donations, everything. You have, you just have, you have the group organization. You have everything that you need to make this case a federal RICO case. So I do think that there are more charges to come. If I was Nature Boy, I would have took the 10 years that they tried to offer. And even I would have even taken the 30 years that they tried to offer. But Nature Boy is definitely not getting off of this case. And it was something else that
I agree
somebody
with you. Whoever's talking
just stated.
He's going to sit in jail.
Coercion is the fact that if you've been following this case from the beginning, then you know that Nature Boy got most people to come to those different countries under the premise that they were going to be living off the grid. They were going to be naturalists and different things like that. There was nothing that said that this was going to be a polygamous ex cult. That came later. So basically, those people went there with one thing in mind, and it actually ended up turning into something else. So that's coercion as well. So there's too much evidence in this case, and I don't think it's going to end now. I think that there are more charges to come. And if it doesn't, Nature Boy is lucky. He should be just lucky to get the charges that he's going to get within, the next couple of days.
You should have took the plea deal.
Let me ask you a question, unapologetically. Do you think he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just hop over now to Me International. But is it one more thing you wanted to say, sister, that you think? And I appreciate you for coming up here. I can tell you've been following this case for a minute. Do you want to say one more thing before I pass it? And y'all, you can feel free to stay up if you want as well. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna subscribe to you, and I hope you have debates and different things like that because I like intellectual topics as well as the guy before me, Alan. What's is his name? The one that does the code. I'm gonna subscribe to you, so make
I
sure
want
you
you.
let me know who you are because I'm
I
sick of it as well.
yeah,
Because coach, y'all got to look at. We have a influx of cults on
check out
YouTube.
Crick. Check out Catherine Crick. You guys want to see a lunatic? Holy shit! Look at
I
Catherine.
don't want to see them. I want them to do something about them because it becomes
We
a
are.
danger
We're
and it's
trying.
messing up our society. Um, but I also want to say a lot of people are saying why didn't she leave and different things like that. If you study DV cases and if you study, you'll know that Stockholm syndrome. A lot of times they'll go back and forth, because their mind is confused. Basically, Nature Boy had control of their mind. He used the sleep deprivation. He starved them. All of those things, and that's called classical conditioning. When you
Yeah, sleep
yeah.
deprivation, huge in cults.
hmm
That first step actually is sleep deprivation, and it's like, what do they say? It's like putting a frog in a pot of water and then turning the heat on real slow.
It's called classical conditioning. It's like you instill, like there was fear instilled. It's like what is it? Like how they have those dog collars, right? Where they can only go so far without it shocking them or something like that. Well, that's pretty much what classical conditioning is. It's like when something is done over and over again, or when you see something over and over again, it feeds something into your subconscious that will automatically produce like trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, and different things of that nature to make to automatically make your body react out of fear. And that's pretty much what like has been happening with those young ladies. Even if one of the young ladies never got touched or hit or anything like that, that person is still traumatized or programmed to the point where when they see another person going through something, it automatically rings that bell or triggers them. If you understand what I'm saying.
And it could be a smell or a sight or something as small as
Right.
the way somebody looked at them.
Right. I hear you, sister. And you raised some excellent points, and I appreciate that. A lot of time people do not understand the detail that goes into these types of coercions or the brainwashing,
Right.
trafficking.
Brainwashing.
People don't all get it.
Think of the work.
MK Ultra programming, whatever you want to call it, it's all of the above because they don't even think. Did y'all see the defendant testimonies, the defendant witnesses? Like what was her name? The ones that are still
I
there
don't
that
want
are
to say
still
all
under the
their names.
program.
I don't want to say all their
Juju.
names. Yeah, but I've seen
Yeah.
them. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and did you notice that they were still? You could tell that they were still under the influence. Like, they used Juju name, so I'm gonna go ahead and say Juju. Juju was kicked out of the court, and most of them lied. Most of them lied because, and they were sitting there lying, not thinking about this. This stuff is documented on video, and that these people have seen the video evidence of these things happening. But they were sitting up there blatantly telling, lies, and they couldn't even keep up with their lies because their minds are not, they're not even intellect. They think they're smarter than the court, and they're not. And then another thing that happened was they know that Nature Boy and the people, the women, the wives that were left at home, they know that they had hours and hours of communication about the case, and that's illegal. You're not supposed to speak to any witnesses or anything about the case, period. So there's a lot of moving parts to this case, and Nature Boy will be just
He's
be
filming his own
lucky.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Alex,
My
just
bad.
let her finish up because I want to get over to Miss Me International also, bro. I hear you, but
Okay.
okay. Go ahead.
And
Was that it? Go ahead, sister. Yep.
And then the last thing is like they're saying that they're using a lot of bad terminology for Nature Boy, painting him in a bad light. No, they're telling the truth. They're doing what is called a psychological uh, um, semi-diagnosis. So no, they're not. Everybody knows that he's narcissistic. You can definitely tell that he's narcissistic. I like to use that term. So no, they're not painting him in a light. They're telling the truth. And the only way that we will be free and the only way to correct or resolve something is to tell the truth. And I digress.
Okay. Now here we go. Hold on. Now Miss International just fell out for a second. Tag on. I wanted to get her in there real quick, but all right. Let me see here. Who did I miss? All right. Well, we're going Justin, and then Shaquille. Uh, Go ahead, Justin. Did you want to say something regarding what Miss unapologetically just said, or anybody that just said?
Yeah, I mean, I think that everyone on the panel, most people agree that he's a bad guy. That's not what we're debating or discussing.
But
The
they didn't say
question,
that though. They didn't say that he's a
well,
bad guy. They
well,
went into detail, man. They
well,
went
I
so.
mean, well,
Go ahead.
so here's the thing, though, right? Like, we're talking about the trial, and the trial is about the events on March 24th. Um,
Yeah, but hold on. We are discussing the trial, of course, but we're not limited. We're also discussing, the broader framework of it too. There's a micro and there's a macro. And in this context, he's been called a court leader. Now, of course, he may not be tried for that right now, right here and there, as these people pointed out. But don't you yourself said that he's a dangerous man, pretty much, right?
yeah, I
Like
think that
you
he's
himself.
responsible for the death of Mama Dia.
There
I
you
think he's,
go.
res- I
So
think he's
they're
responsible
discussing
for the.
those same things. They're discussing those same things.
Well, no. So like, it kind of morphed, right? Because I think that's what it like. I do think that's the defense's strategy, not the defense. I think that's the prosecution's strategy, which I don't think is going to work.
I don't
Right?
see
Is
it,
that
bro. They're not talking about. They were giving some other insight into it, but they weren't specifically held to just this trial. But you are. If you want to only discuss this verdict, these charges, I hear you on that, and I agree 100%. That's what we all came here for. We want to find out if he's guilty, but then there's a broader thing too, and that's we're discussing Nature Boy too. And
yeah,
the two groups need to understand the difference. Like if they get discussing the macro, they need to understand that at some point we're going to have the conversation brought back down to the micro. But the micro is going to have to understand the macro too. All of us got to get along here. You see. But if you want to discuss the micro only, go ahead, brother. Do it. Let's hear.
yeah.
What,
So this is what I'm saying. It's in regard to other people's points, right? Is that like, we were talking about because I think her name is Medea. Okay,
yeah. Matter of
so she
fact,
came up.
I need to switch over to
Yeah,
her video right
so
now.
yeah,
Go
she
ahead.
came up and said that she has this video.
She got it.
It,
I'll
yeah,
play it.
and that's important, right? That's pertinent to
Mhm,
the case. But
mhm,
as we were talking about the case,
mhm.
we started talking about whether or not he coerced her to where she could not consent. And then it went
Right.
from whether or not he coerced her to what is coercion and whether or not other people were coerced. So, like,
Mhm.
without a doubt, I think that there were people, and I think that cults are complex and people join under very complex situations. Not everyone is traumatized. Some people are fooled, right? And other people come because they are homeless or have other challenges in their life. But the issue with this is that I think that is so broad that it doesn't lend itself to pinpointing what crimes have been committed exactly, where they have been committed, and what jurisdiction would be able to prosecute him under these crimes.
But
Like, I do think that.
they're not claiming when they make these statements, they're not claiming that that's what they're doing. They're just giving an understanding of Nature Boy. They said it. They qualified the statements. They said, I don't know how long you've been following him. That's just to give some background on who we're talking about. But they never said that it's going to affect this particular case. They were all saying there's more cases coming.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, so, like, he's not getting extradited back to Costa Rica for crimes he committed in Costa Rica. He's not getting extradited back to Belize or Mexico to stand trial for crimes in Mexico or Belize.
Can
Um,
I interrupt you real quick?
sure.
He he doesn't have to get extradited. All the case has to do is elevate to either a federal or a state RICO, and that will cover it. The jurisdiction you asked about the jurisdiction would simply be federal. Like federal will cover all things because even when Nature Boy was in these other countries, that the one thing that they had to do was deport him because he was not a citizen of their country. He was a citizen of the United States. And basically, when you're a citizen of the United States handles your troubles, just like with Brittany Griner and different people that go overseas and get in trouble. The United States has to come in there and bail them out. So basically, to cover the proper jurisdiction, it would be a federal case. If you understand what I'm
No,
saying.
but that's not how that works, though. Like if Brittany Griner was smuggling drugs into Russia, Russia would prosecute Brittany Griner. We did a prisoner exchange for her.
Not
That
necessarily, brother. Not necessarily. Not necessarily,
so
because even smuggling has different aspects to it. Now if he used, let's say, bring it back to Nature Boy for an example. If Nature Boy use the United States banking system in any way, if money was sent from a U.S. bank or a U.S. money lender or anything like that, through even wire transfers, through if he used a U.S. department, that opens that up, bro. He's opened up to the U.S. government on the federal level right there.
And keep in mind that all of the people there were also U.S. citizens. So these acts were committed against other U.S. citizens. So if they press charges in any capacity, then that brings it back to a federal jurisdiction.
Now the crime may in some cases, like you said, the crimes may have happened in certain, like, outside of the US. But if there's any part of that crime that they raise against him, now I'm not talking about this case, but in any other case, particularly money, how'd you get your money? You had to receive money. If you received money, it had to be sent from somewhere. That place it was sent from is part of the crime now. You see what I mean? Anybody who even what did they use a telephone? How did they communicate? Who helped organize this? Where were they based? All those things. So we don't know that, of course, but let's try to. I think I understand what everybody's saying. I don't understand where the confusion is, but where let me get somebody else in here for the second. I'm sorry, y'all. Me internationally. There you go, sister.
Hi,
You there?
everybody.
Thank you.
So I wanted to speak on somebody mentioned that that they don't believe it was false imprisonment because she was able to move freely. In and out. She has gone in and out. But what you have to understand is false imprisonment is not based on whether I was able to leave or go today or yesterday. In the moment of the alleged essay, when she said she was unable to move because he was in a position where she could not and he held her there, that is now false imprisonment. So it's not about whether she was held there for days, for hours. It's in that moment. And that's what the prosecution had touched on, if I'm not mistaken, in their closing argument as well. And then the other thing I want to touch on is someone mentioned that they teach their or they preach to their mom, their sister, their whoever, that they should, if they're ever in a situation like this, that they should report it and they should tell somebody. Everybody don't have that. I didn't have that growing up. And I won't go into my essay situation, but what I will say is I did not have that. I did not have anybody telling me I had a voice. I did not have anybody telling me that I should use my voice. And when this happened to you, you should have said something. So when it happened to me, I never said anything. But that does not mean it did not happen to me. And even when I had the opportunity to say anything, by that point, I was already ashamed of what had happened to me because I thought that I was the issue. So you should not, I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't say. You should not judge somebody or say somebody is a certain way because they didn't have the courage to speak up for themselves, because I didn't have the courage to speak up for myself. But I have told my story today, but that's because now I know. When I first told my story to somebody, I had the courage. I had what I needed to be able to feel like I could do it. But everybody don't have that. So I don't think it's fair to say that the victim is lying, because regardless of whether she's lied before, regardless of whether you're unaware of what really happened, nobody but them to know. And if she is saying she did not report it for whatever the reason may be, it does not mean it did not happen to her. And that's all I wanted to say. And I got to get back to work. So thank you for having me up here. And thank y'all for letting me speak.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Appreciate you hopping up. And that was some, you cleared up a few things. I agree with you also. But, people are going to disagree a little bit on these things. And that's why we're talking about it. So we can have some conversation because people get enlightened. People change their mind, under the right circumstances when they're given the opportunity to discuss and respectfully with each other. So on that note, let me see here. Medea sent this video. So I'm going to play a bit of it. I don't know exactly what's inside of it, but she is down at the courthouse right now. So she's going to be popping back up. So I'm going to play a little bit of this. And before I do that, everybody that's in the chat, if you think the verdict is coming out today, press 1. The reason why I'm asking that is just to get a general idea of what people think. If you don't think it's going to come today, then, you don't have to press 1. But for the folks that do, press 1 if you think the verdict is coming in today or is going to take less than 24 hours. That's what I want to know. All right, so now I'm going to play this video a little bit. And Shaquise and Justin, y'all want to say something real quick before I start rocking this one from Medea?
No, I'm good. I'm ready to listen.
Okay, there you go. I like that answer, Justin. Yo, Shaquise. Shakes. What about you? Okay, so I'm gonna play the video now. Here we go.
Comment, share, subscribe. Thanks for watching. Why do what I do? The freedom.
The audio. I'm gonna have to check this out. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this in the I'm gonna have to try to. Yeah. I have to try to get to the point where the audio is not there. We get past this part. Okay, this might not be the right video. Okay, I'm gonna try to find the right video, y'all. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's get back to the main event until I do find the right video. Yeah, because I don't want to get a strike for Akon because Akon, they be going hard, these music companies. And although we using YouTube and they support a lot of content, they don't necessarily support us using some of their artists' music. They all in it together. So let me see here. Let me go back to where we was at previously with this last video. Where the heck? Where was it at? Right here? We got Medea. Here we go. So let me. Oh, no. Sorry about this, y'all. I just got a little confused here with these links. Let me see. Go back here. Right. Here we go. We go back to this one. No, this is not it. Everybody's using the same picture now. 2 more seconds. Verdict. Yes. Okay, Medea is down at the courthouse, so we're going to wait for her to pop back up. But let me see. Is it this one right here? Or was it this one right here? 23 hours ago, 15 hours ago? It wasn't either one of these. Was it this one? You know what? It was this one right here. Sorry about that. Here we go. Now let's get back to it.
Significantly. We, just for the record, we did recess Tuesday afternoon for the rest of the day Tuesday and all day yesterday. We are back here. It is Thursday, and we are ready to go forward. We had a company come in and sanitize the courtroom. We have a machine, an air circulation filtration system going in the courtroom. I provided masks for all of anybody who wants them, spectators, anybody, jurors, lawyers, and you can have 2 masks. You want a double mask, you can double mask. I am going to continue to wear a mask during the trial, and I think frankly folks are safer now than they were on Monday, because now I'm wearing a mask. Oh, we have shields? Where's the shield? What's the? Okay. What did we do? All right, put it over the mask. All right, we can, where is it? Will you get one? Okay, we have a face shield too. We can put a face shield on. Deputies, are they okay with that?
He's not going to want a face shield, Judge.
He's not going to want, he doesn't want a face shield.
He's not asking for a face shield.
I understand.
He's indicating that the court is still positive for COVID, and because of that, he does not want to be in the courtroom. He's elected to take advantage of his own health. He's entitled to do that.
Sure.
That's.
All right, just make sure the record is clear that I am not instructing that he leave the courtroom. My preference is for him to stay and participate in his defense with his attorney. However, if he does not want to be here, we will make arrangements for him to observe the proceedings from the jail courtroom.
But he does want to be here, Judge. He just
It's his choice. So I want him here. Everybody else is here. Everybody else is fine. Jurors are here ready to go. Attorneys are here ready to go. The only person that has a problem is Mr. Bishop. So that is his right, and I'm not infringing upon that. If he is uncomfortable being in this courtroom, I will consider it a voluntary absence, and we will bring him back to the jail, where he will put on his orange jumpsuit, and he will observe the trial from the jail courtroom.
He is aware of that, Judge, and he would just go ahead and go through his right to testify or not.
Yep. All right. Mr. Bishop, do you understand? I need to know you understand these things. Mr. Bishop.
Judge.
Yeah.
Mr. Bishop would like to inquire if the court would state on the record whether you're still positive for COVID or not.
I have no idea. I don't know. I was positive on Monday night. I feel a million times better today than I did on Monday night.
He just wants the record to reflect that you're here in court. You could be potentially still positive for COVID. And his options are to be positive, be in the courtroom with someone who's positive for COVID or not.
All right, we've gone through, yeah, I understand. You've made your record, Mr. Bishop, you've made your point. It's interesting to me for all sorts of reasons that that's your concern, but at any rate.
So Mr. Bishop clearly instructing his counsel there to let her honor know that he objects to her being in the courtroom. He's saying he has COVID-19 concerns. Apparently the judge had it, has returned, is wearing a mask. He's wearing a mask, and he is trying to use COVID as a reason to delay the trial. The judge has indicated over and over again that it's not being delayed. It's going to keep on moving forward. So while they were on the little break there, we're going to hit our little break here. We're going to be right back with more Court TV Live for you right after this.
I'm the armor.
Yeah, it's a big day. It's a big day. I understand a lot of people waiting for the verdict. And yeah, we waiting for the verdict. People, some of the victims, they've waited for alleged victims. They've waited for 2 years. But it's also a community of people that are tired of this kind of stuff, as was expressed today by a lot of the panelists, and the seriousness of these kind of cults, the effects they have. And yeah, so people are waiting. And all right, here we go. Let's see.
Accused polygamist cult leader Eligio, Nature Boy Bishop, is being tried. He's accused of raping a woman who tried to leave the cult and then disseminating revenge porn of her when she did. Now, these are very serious allegations.
Zakia, this isn't live. We're waiting for the live update. We're waiting. So it should be coming through. It's definitely a live update coming through. But we don't know if it's the verdict coming through. So everybody's waiting to find out. So we just playing the latest updates, and those would be from yesterday. Until then.
And Bishop is asking his attorney to make arguments to the court to stop the trial because of COVID-19 concerns. And the judge is explaining to Booker through his counsel and to everyone in the courtroom that she has complied with the CDC guidelines and the trial is moving forward. Let's go back in where we left off.
We have made arrangements for you to go back to the jail and observe the proceedings in the jail courtroom. Do you understand that if you do that, you're not going to be able to talk to your attorney necessarily throughout the trial? You're not going to be able to whisper in his ear. You're not going to be able to consult with him periodically. It's going to be a lot more difficult for you to communicate with your attorney. Do you understand that?
I do not understand.
Okay, well, your attorney can explain it to you. Also, you will have the right to testify in this case in your own defense if you would like. You do not have to. It is entirely up to you. If you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination like any other witness would be. If you do not testify, I will instruct the jury that they are not allowed to hold that against you in any manner. And you can consult with your attorney about whether or not you want to testify or whether or not it's in your best interest, but ultimately the decision has to be made by you. So,
we have, Judge, we discussed whether or not he wants to testify or not. He will tell you in a second whether he chooses to do so. But he wants to make sure the record is clear that his ability to be here in court, he doesn't feel like he's had any other option but to take his own health. That issue is not something he's just elected to do. He's indicated that he's not going to be here in a courtroom where someone testifies over COVID. He's not going to. And so he understands that going to the jail is his option. So he's going to elect. He has indicated that he does not want the trial to start, and so he's at the jail and on the camera and able to see what's going on in his own trial.
okay, well, again, as I mentioned, he is the only person who has an issue with this. So the trial is going forward with him here or with him in the courtroom jail. That is his decision. Also, Mr. Bishop, if you choose to go back to the jail to observe the trial, you're not going to be able to change your mind and come back. There's too much involved. Time, it's going to take about 30 minutes to get you there, dressed out and back into the courtroom. And we don't have time for the back and forth business. So once you exercise this option that I'm giving you, and this is, make no mistake, this is your choice. This is your choice, okay? If you exercise your option to do this, that's on you, and you're not going to be able to undo it. You're not going to be able to come back for parts of it. So you either stick around and we finish this trial, or you go to the jail courtroom and you observe.
And Judge, again, he's indicating it's not a matter of his choice. He doesn't feel like he has an option, so it's not a choose A or B. It's a not another in the courtroom because there's someone here that's positive COVID. So he is asking, he understands it. He's asking that we will just give him time to get back to the jail, get this out, and he was just asking whether or not he intends to testify. Mr. Bishop, do you intend to testify in this case? Do you feel like you have an option to testify?
I have an option, but I don't know if I want to.
Okay. If you are, so you're going to have to give the court a yes or a no whether you intend to testify or not at this point.
I don't know.
Okay, well, then we'll ask him again. I notified him of his rights on the record. I will ask you again outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of the defendant's evidence, if you want to testify or not. And if you do, you'll have to testify from the jail courtroom without having your attorney there. Your attorney will be here. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay, well, I can't make it any clearer. Yes, Mr. Kennedy?
Oh my goodness.
I can just put two things on the record.
Yes, please.
One, I just want to establish that we do have technology that would allow Mr. Bishop to testify from the jail courtroom and stream that live into the courtroom.
Yes, we do.
Possible.
Yeah, I said you could testify from the jail courtroom.
Secondly, I think there was some confusion earlier about the current CDC guidelines. We all know they're in the process of changing, but I have it pulled up, cdc.gov, isolation protocols. If you test positive for COVID-19, stay home for at least 5 days, but then it counts days 0 is the onset of symptom, or is the day of symptom onset regardless of when you test positive. So it also says you're most likely to be infectious during these first 5 days. Wear a high quality mask if you must be around others at home and in public, and don't go to places where you're unable to wear a mask. So it contemplates being around
Of course
other
it
people.
does.
It says wear a mask. We are in 2024, the end of February, beginning of March tomorrow.
It's been
We are
4
nearly
years.
4 years removed from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a legal system, we need.
No, the closing arguments. We waiting to catch that. We waiting for the update. So if anybody got a link to the actual live update, I don't. It's been some issue with covering this case. They didn't want the names of the victims and some of the witnesses to get out to the public. I don't know how well they did with that, but in any case, we're waiting for the verdict. We've seen the closing arguments. The closing arguments happened yesterday, sister. Sorry about that. I made an error. The closing arguments happened yesterday. Deborah, I hope I'm saying that right. Oh yeah, Bakir. Yeah, they happened yesterday, and now the jury went into deliberations yesterday, close to the end, right, of the day. So they've been in deliberations all day so far. It's not that late now, but they should be coming out. The court day is ending soon. Right now, it will be in a half an hour. It will be 3:00. I'm presuming that's when the court ends in DeKalb County, Georgia. So there will be an update coming soon. But a lot of us here are expecting a verdict to come. So they've been working on a verdict since yesterday. Well, let's say all day today. That's what they've been doing. So in a second, I'm going to stop this last update from yesterday, and we're going to do some more commentary.
Learn to live with this. The state is asking the court to go forward, and that's what we have to do.
And if I got a chance to put a spot of that. I get that we're 4 years ahead, but right over here in this box where the jurors are sitting, we still have plexiglass up that the jurors can't be beside each other. We had only 4 years ago a few million people across this world and country that died as a result of COVID-19. There are people, the hospital systems were overwhelmed. My client.
Hey y'all, please like the video. Subscribe, but also like the video. It's important to like the video so other people get it in the algorithm and get to see some of the hear some of the commentary of some of the panelists that's been up here today. And some of them are right down there. One of them, Medea, is right down there in the courtroom. So she's coming back hopefully with an update. Y'all like the video. That's the least
He gets one life, and he's elected not to be in the courtroom with someone. His position is that we don't even know if you're positive or negative at this point. You haven't taken another test. And so ultimately, Judge, his position is that he understands the prejudice that will exist, but it's not a prejudice that he feels that he.
I'm sure a lot of y'all watch a lot of content creators where they throw up the PayPal and the Cash App. It's the first time today. So for those of you that want to support, you could do that too.
He's created by being placed in the jail court. He's going to go back to the jail court. Whether he chooses to testify at that point or not will be a decision that he will make. Because at this point, I don't know that he's made a ultimate decision. But he's elected to go to the jail court, and he will dress out in his own garb, and he will pop up on the screen and watch it just like everybody else. So we're ready to get going.
All right, let's do it. We'll be in recess until we get Mr. Bishop.
Okay, so back to the jail he will go. His decision. The judge explained how he can still view the proceedings, participate in the proceedings, even testify from the jail because he is adamant that his health is at risk. Despite everyone being in compliance with the CDC guidelines, he thinks he's safer from COVID in the jail. Okay. Well, if he does an Instagram Live again, the judge is going to be watching for it. All right. So here's what's happening. They're going to take a recess until Mr. Bishop is transported back to the jail. Once he's in the jail, he can get set up, he can watch, communicate there, and the trial is going to roll on. So we're going to let you know what's going on here. And if you're just kind of joining the trial, we're in the defense case. So they're presenting witnesses. They're choosing to present a defense. He may testify. Wouldn't that be something if this polygamous cult leader gets up there and wants to take the stand? If he does, we're going to show it to you live right here on Court TV.
Wow. Okay. Shaka, how you doing, brother? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm chilling, brother. Be careful. There may be spam in the chat.
Okay.
People asking.
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother?
Go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Be,
can hear
be,
you.
be
Go ahead.
careful.
What were you saying?
Yeah, be careful in the chat. It looks like spam, you know. But everybody, please
Okay.
like the video. Please, we have 500, well over 500 people watching. There's not even half of likes. It doesn't cost anything to hit the like button and make sure you subscribe. Yeah, go ahead, VB.
Yeah, if it's the moderators, everybody who's moderating, if you see spam, please get rid of it. Yeah, okay, because a lot of the comments are coming in really fast, so I just want to make sure everybody is getting their just due here. Love me fruit. Hey sister, how you doing? I work between the medical centers. One is mandatory, the other is not. Oh yeah. Let's see here. Call a tow truck. What's up, David? Yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming through today. Yeah, and of course, it's about community, and this might seem like it's about one man. It is technically it's about one man today, the court hearing, but and the verdict. It's about one man. It's about the victims of this one man too. However, we know in this court case hearing, it's only a couple of crimes that are alleged crimes that are being addressed, and that there could be more. And that we also know it's not the first time we heard of a cult or a cult leader in the community, as a lot of the panelists have eloquently expressed. Also, I've been reminded that Georgia has a big issue with cults, problem with cults, So you can just imagine, it's like a nuclear bomb, some of these cults, they have damage, because the damage of persons like Dr. York, the damage of others, not just him, even Nature Boy, these mental scars live for a long time in people, So imagine that, how, just like we talk about slavery in the US, imagine how the physical chains are stopped, but the mental and the social aspects of it continue on in your life. So, it's a serious issue. Anybody that's moderators, anybody that's doing the spam, just block them, just get them out of there. Because I can't really read all the comments as they come through, but I'm gonna try to read some now. Let's see here. I don't know what they're doing, and I have tried everything. I came on there praying. Okay, so let me see. Basically, you're on your own. Yeah. Damn, that's deep. Okay, what is the $9 for? Is somebody trying to collect $9 up here in the chat? Just please don't solicit from folks right here. Please don't do that.
Well, what's that dude? Talk about his car. He's gone. He's gone.
Okay, all right. So yeah, I'm sorry about that, but yeah. Use your good sense, and moderators, and you know what to do. I really thought his ego was going to have him testify. You know something, Deborah? In this case, I thought the same thing, but it's like he's damned if he do, he's damned if he don't. In this case, and I guess that's why he chose like the 50-50. He didn't want to go up on the stand and say what he said from the mobile call. You notice right afterwards, he went out and he got on Instagram, or a video was released, or somehow a phone call was released on Instagram, and he got to get all his case out there. All the things that you would say in cross-examination that you have a problem with himself, he said in the phone call, but wouldn't go on the stand, because obviously going on the stand opens him up to so much more questioning, So yeah, it's too much. It's too much. Well, he had a chance to face the public. That's also the case here. I mean, this case is about him. He had a chance to address it in his own words, and he didn't hop up on the stand to speak his mind. Now, he said he was innocent. He wanted a trial. He protested to the Graped accusations, but yet he didn't take the stand on his own behalf. I don't see how that works myself. I don't see how it works. Yeah. Hey, Justin, you want to say anything about that? The fact that you want to speak on that? The fact that, what do you think? Like, just Nature Boy and his approach to this. I know you spoke a little bit on it before, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that his ego, for sure. Like, I'm not surprised that he didn't take the stand. I think that he thinks he's playing an even more clever game. where I do think like the one doctor was saying that was with the Fox 5, where she was talking about psychosis. I do think that he has, a part of that narcissism, a superiority complex, a God complex, and delusions of grandeur. And he probably does feel that the judge is out to get him, that his lawyer is against him, his own lawyer, when he was trying to fire Mr. Booker, who I think is doing an amazing job. So I think that he thinks he's playing this incredible game where if he fakes like he's afraid of COVID, despite a guilty verdict, he can appeal saying that the trial wasn't fair, that he wasn't given the chance to represent himself because he was going to have to be removed because the judge was there positive, and that he couldn't testify because he didn't want to be prejudiced by the outfit and the appearance from a jail cell. So he didn't get a fair trial because the judge only gave him this ultimatum of put your life in danger, or not be able to testify or represent yourself as a pro se defendant. But yeah, I think that he is the worst thing for his own defense. I think he and I had a question for you about deliberation. Do you think that a longer deliberation would suggest that there is contention on whether or not they're going to be able to return a guilty verdict?
Definitely. I think shorter is, obviously longer means that it's likely some of those charges won't stick. That's my opinion. And that's why I'm guessing it won't take them 24 hours. Right. I mean, if you've been listening to my commentary, of course you have, because you've been up here for a lot of it. Right. We've been listening to each other's commentary. But for the audience, if you've been listening to my commentary, then I think the concept of them returning the verdict under 24 hours kind of follows that idea. But Justin had it, you don't think they all going to stick. So, but you think it's going to be under 24 hours, Justin? Then?
I don't know, because they got to go home. They're going to go on lunch soon. Like, I think the judge is going to come back and let us know that the jury went to lunch.
Already,
right? Oh,
right?
they went to lunch?
I think if they started at 9, they probably went up to lunch about 12, right? Something like that.
Yeah, so I was thinking they're going to go to, like, because it's 11:44 now. So I think they're going to go to lunch. And I think, like, in that case, you have more stamina. You might feel better, and you might not be trying to, like, yeah. So like there's a research paper about, yeah, there's a research paper, right, about, because how, like, when you eat and your hormones are satisfied now, and your dopamine and serotonin starts balancing out better. There's been research on judges and juries and the sentencing that they hand out, and the verdicts of return, when it's right before lunch when they're the hungriest, or right after lunch when they're more satiated. So I think they're going to go to lunch. They'll come back. They'll probably be like, there's a camaraderie in that deliberation room between them. If they return, I don't think they're going to return a verdict today, though. I think that the case is a little more complex, and I don't see them getting a consensus on his guilt in the Grape and the false imprisonment. I don't see them getting a consensus.
Okay, but that fits in line with what you were saying. Yeah, I understand that. With your commentary and your views, I understand that clearly. If you don't think all the charges are going to stick, then it would also be understandable that you would think it wouldn't come back, the verdict, within 24 hours so fast. So they would have to talk about it more. There would be more contention among the jurors. Yeah. And then my other theory is that, don't get me wrong, I mean, justice happens all the time, but I mean, this is a black man. He's not rich. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry to say, I don't think they got a lot of time. I don't think people spend a lot of money you know, and it goes for also maybe black women too. I don't know who agrees with me. I'm just saying inherently. Now, I think he is guilty. My view is that he's guilty of all charges, and I think although the prosecutor's case could have been a maybe. Well, I don't think it could be stronger. I think they gave a very strong case, but I think some of the witnesses maybe a little, just in terms of how the public would view it, and a jury, it could have been a little bit more helpful, you could say. But I think the prosecution put on a strong case, and I think he's guilty. I believe the man is guilty of all charges, but I also believe that this is the United States of America, and come on, man, why do we got to take 24 hours? I've
Well,
seen people gone to jail for other things, murder, for less than 24 hours.
the jurors are was it seven seven black women and three, or seven black women and three black men, and then you have two white men and then one white alternate. But
Wow.
so he's being judged by a jury of his peers, and
Yeah.
there's seven black women, I think it is, and then three black men. So, but as far as like, I think that I don't think that they're going to be. I don't think that they're going to be as so. I think the black woman who's a prosecutor, she did an incredible job in her closing. And then when she said, it doesn't matter what Mr. Booker would have done, in this case, it's about what the victim did do. So like she, did a good job at refocusing the jury on what the victim's actions were and why they might be contraindicated to what any other person would do in the same situation, and to remind the jury why it was important that they had a domestic violence expert on the panel testifying to why this behavior is still consistent with the behavior of a person who's been experiencing domestic violence. Um, I just don't think that they had enough, though. I really don't. I don't think that they did enough to prove the accusations.
hmm And I think that's what I like about when we have some uh, alternative or opposing views, or disagreement. It's good that we get a chance to discuss it openly, respectfully, because that gives everybody a journey to take, an ability to see both sides, both views of opinion, and then come up with their own, maybe, come to a more conclusive opinion themselves about it. But I agree, man. It's not an easy case. It's not an easy case. That jury, it definitely, to me, seems like it's his peers. There's some black women, there's some black men, and then there's some non. You said there's some European descent Americans on that jury. You said
Yeah, there's three, but
okay,
only two of them are on the jury and one's alternate.
okay. Let me see now. Deborah asked somebody who was it? Was it Deborah that asked this? Let's go over the amount of years he could get here. Now in Georgia, right? False imprisonment. Um, A person convicted of the offense of false imprisonment shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years. So that could be because he got three of those false. No. He only has one false imprisonment. So that could be 1 to 10. And then when we look at the penalty for rape in Georgia, if the defendant is convicted of rape by taking their case to trial, which this man has, can face either the death penalty, life in prison without parole, or a statutory minimum of 25 years in prison, followed by lifetime probation. Okay, lifetime probation. Now the he has three charges of what is that? Disseminating um information. What's that last charge? Those last three charges? Just if you don't mind.
I know they've been calling it revenge porn, but yes, disseminating illicit material. I think it is.
Let me see something. Let me just type this. Revenge. How much? Okay. How many years can you get for revenge porn in Georgia? Let's
And
just
I
look
think
that
that's
up.
3 to 5 years.
Okay, there you go. A person convicted of felony revenge porn could be sentenced to up to 5 years imprisonment and a maximum of 100,000 fine. Oh, there's three of those. He got three of those ones. So all in all, he's looking at anywhere between death and life. I mean, as it sounds right here, to what? Man, something like, well, if he's innocent, he gets nothing, right? There's always the innocent verdict, right? Oh man,
Yeah.
he is in trouble,
Like
man.
I don't think that Booker did enough to like, and maybe that was him being generous to the woman that took the stand, but so he Booker's objection to the accounts 3, 4, and 5, right? The revenge porn, was that one, they didn't prove jurisdiction because they couldn't prove that he uploaded it when he was in DeKalb County. That there was no way of knowing when it was uploaded and where it was uploaded. And also that, all they know is that the videos were on the devices, but that the videos could have been uploaded by anybody that was in the house, that it could have been uploaded from any one of the 11 devices, and that it didn't have to be him. So he didn't really hone in my opinion, during the closing arguments on the fact that one of the witnesses said that she was the one that uploaded it, and that also it you know uh there's no way, like, he should have really pressed into creating more reasonable doubt as to whether or not you are certain beyond a reasonable doubt that Eligio is the one who uploaded the revenge porn. So I think that the jury's not going to have a hard time saying, yeah, it's him. It was his Twitter. He's the star in the video. He posted it. I don't think they were going to have a problem saying that was him.
Yeah,
But as far as the other two,
the death penalty for that. So, right.
right?
It's not a lot of years associated with that. What did they say now? Revenge porn is sentenced up to 5 years. So if he's guilty of 3 charges of that, which he's charged of, that's 15 years. Yeah, that's 15 years just for those.
And that's up to whether the judge wants to run it consecutive or concurrent.
Right. Yeah, that's up to the judge, right? Yeah, this is not a good thing to be charged with, and yeah, but that's how it is. That's how it is. You do the crime, then you risk doing that time, and yeah, it's this has been a difficult case, man, because it really does. Even if you're, I mean, I'm not a victim. I haven't been to a cult. I haven't been victimized really by any cult leaders. I haven't been experienced rape in my life. I haven't experienced false imprisonment. I haven't experienced, but just listening to this stuff, man, this has been traumatic just listening to it. So I have all the empathy in the world for I'm just saying alleged, but for the alleged victims until he's convicted, if he is, but for women and people that even make this claim, if it's reasonable at all, I have all the empathy, and men for that matter. Anyone that could have been a victim of this, I have all the empathy in the world for you. And yeah, it's got to be something that really can affect somebody's life for a long period of time. If you are a victim of these kind of things, what I wonder? I wonder what the state of Georgia, what kind of help do they have for victims? Like, is it that you pay, like it says here, $100,000 fine, but that's for the revenge porn. But I wonder, just in general, let's say the charges have happened. Um, does the person get help from the beginning, or or are they just supposed to sit around and wait for years before a verdict comes out? Anybody know anything about that out there? And regarding Georgia, and what do you think about that, Justin? Do these people get help before any verdicts?
I mean, there's advocacy groups in every state. I'm not in Georgia, so I don't know. I'm not sure what does and doesn't exist in Atlanta. I've worked with nonprofits. I work with nonprofits in the state of Maryland, and I'm familiar with the way they advocate. But then again, you never know. I'm not sure what Georgia does and doesn't have in place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious about that because there's been some conversation about that earlier where another victim, alleged victim, obviously, but it's the sister who killed one of her rapists, alleged rapists, and I'm only saying that because he's dead, and the trial hasn't happened yet. But a lot of people believe that there was evidence to suggest it's true. But she killed him, and she's been waiting trial. And the trial, that's been longer than some years now, 2 years, much longer. But she got in another incident while that was going on. So she was on bail, $400,000 bail. I'm sure a lot of people may know about this case. And, they were speaking about that recently because she just got locked up for being around another person who had been convicted of pimping. Right. And the conversation that was one of the things that was brought up in the media also is that a lot of times people aren't getting any kind of help, for their life, for survival. And if you're a victim of something like that and you got to wait some years for a trial to occur, then how are you going to pay your bills? How's your life going to turn out in the interim? I mean, what is it? Can you pay your bills? Are you getting psychological help? And if these people should be getting help as soon as they claim that they're victims or not. I mean, what do y'all think about that? Not to get too far off topic with this case, but what do y'all think about that? I mean, if a person, male or woman or child, adult or child, comes in and makes an accusation that says, they have been getting falsely imprisoned, they have been getting sexually assaulted. Obviously, a trial and justice takes time. What do you think about that? Should that be like some sort of federal mandatory thing where you get some kind of regular psychological help until your trial happens? I mean, is there a way to deliver that to persons or what? So let me read some of the chats here too. The prosecution did not have enough evidence. Okay, Monique thinks the goddess think they don't have enough evidence. Okay, let me see something. Especially in Georgia. Okay, maybe I missed a few comments. It's not too late for him to testify. What you mean by that? It's not too late? They're giving deliberations, bro. Are you serious, Divinely? Okay, maybe not. I mean, how is it possible? Yeah, how I'm curious. In an appeal, he might be able to. Yeah, and anybody can hop up on the panel. And give their, respectfully can give their views. Mental manipulation is serious. Indeed. That was from Shea Butter. Okay, Kira, I'm sorry. In Atlanta, we have women only shelters. If you run away from domestic situation, not sure for men. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious about that myself. This type of case isn't new in Georgia. Malachi Z. York sentenced to what? Yeah, that's what another panelist was pointing out. That they're seeing, and even not just Malachi Z. York. There's several. This has been a problem in Georgia. It seems like maybe the taxes they like that. A lot of the land in Georgia. Maybe some of them go there for that. It should not be mandatory to be counseled. Some victims don't want to talk about. No, what I mean is, shouldn't getting access to help be mandatory? Federally or some way. But yeah, I hear you. I do understand you. Let me see here. The state should have played more videos to connect the dots for the jury. Yeah, ultimately that's what a lot of people said. But I guess they have this. The judge has to make the determination on what's relevant to the particular charges and what's not. But I think we're going to be hearing a lot about. I would assume there's going to be an appeal, and in that I think we're going to hear a lot more. See you, Supreme Third Eye. Okay, Kilo. A lot of times, okay, Deborah says a lot of times the people who are so-called social workers are there for other reasons than pure advocacy. Damn. But stereotypes and alternative Dr. Bobby Wright kind of psychologist, um, the help becomes okay. Okay, Dr. Bobby Wright, I'm gonna check into that. Okay, Shea Butter wrote, I have a new grandbaby with whom I never met. Oh, really? Congratulations. Congratulations to you on that. Yeah. Like and share and subscribe. Yeah, let me see, y'all. I just want to say that to remind people. I'm not sure how many likes there are. Let me go look and see how many likes there are on the video. Not that it's not the main focus, but sometimes when you're doing these videos, you forget to remind people, and people watching them also forget too. Let me just pause that real quick. Pause. Let me see something. Let me get over here. Check it out. Okay, it's 241. That's about half. Yeah. If you haven't liked or subscribed, please do. It'll help people get more information coming out on the live. We're just waiting for the verdict to come in. It's like lunchtime, presumably, in Georgia. So a lot of us here think that there's going to be some deliberation here, but there's a lot of us who probably don't think, based on the jury makeup and things like that, that people think that maybe the verdict won't come in. But I'm guessing it's going to come in. I'll take that approach, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And I don't mind being wrong about this, because my premise, the first underlying premise is that he's a black man, and I believe he's guilty. But just to be a fact that he's a black man, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. It's a public defendant. I'll be happy to be proven wrong. You know?
What do you think about the makeup of the jury being mostly black?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good mix. It's a good mix, enough to make sure that whatever comes out of there has to be agreeable by white folks and black folks, men and women alike, so there won't be whatever they come out with, it is going to be based on that makeup. I think, man, to be honest with you, there's a chance that people are just people and they sick of the damn cults, and they just see a woman being victimized, or anybody. They see this stuff and they don't like it. You got to remember that. Should a man like that experience? Would a man sit in that courtroom and listen to this and come out not disgusted? Would a woman come out not disgusted? Would a black man or a black woman be any different from a white man or a white woman watching this particular kind of thing? Well, I tell you what, if they agree, yeah, you know what? This is kind of complicated, because if they agree, it means, wow, that's interesting. They all agreed on something. They don't want cults. It could mean that they don't want cults. They tired of this kind of stuff in their town, in Georgia. I'm sure there's different ways to look at it. But ultimately, justice is going to get served in some kind of way. So he has the right to make an appeal. I'm thinking it's going to end today, and I'm thinking it's going to be some harsh penalties, brother. That's what I'm thinking. And I don't think it's just because he's a black man, and because he has a public defendant. I think the public defendant did well. But the reason why I think it is ultimately because I think they've seen enough, and people in Georgia, they don't want to see cults anymore. Now, when you go to the public and you go to the YouTube sphere and you ask the public might differ a little bit more on their opinion at the times, based on what they hear outside of the courtroom or based on what they know. It depends on how you approach them, the conversation, and who's having the conversation could have a lot to do with their response on the topic, so I think at times in the public, it can come down to maybe gender sometimes. Men, and that's a fair conversation to have. Do men think one way? Do women think another about these things? Is there bias? Okay, that's a fair conversation. But I think in that courtroom, a lot of that stuff is going to disappear. I would like to think a lot of those things would disappear. And I would like to even think the among the jurors, the racial thing will disappear. But and that's cool if that does. But overall, I just think the justice system, man, I'm one of these people that believe reparations hasn't been paid to African Americans. And there's a lot of distress that we exhibit in different ways. And some of the ways that we exhibit the distress, we watching. And some of the ways that we see the distress is other activities that are not so good. So, you know, I just think yeah, it's sad in that light to watch these kind of things now. But on the other hand, we've always had sickos in every community, and it's always going to be that way. Europeans had sickos. They brought sickos in the colonial. They committed genocide on that land. You see what I'm saying? So we're watching the generations that are after that time. We're literally watching how they turned out. They committed slavery against African Americans, Black Americans. We're watching the effects of it too. You can't separate the two, especially with African Americans in it, because we never got reparations for shit. So we never got the chance to repair ourselves from that. You see, although there might be some that disagree, but I don't want to go too far in that. I just think that, you know, my view is get the fuck out of America, man. Don't wait around for justice if you think there's a problem with justice. Like, that's my view on it. It's easier said than done, though. But I do believe the man is guilty, and I think he's going to get found guilty today. You know, on all charges. I think on all charges. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I don't think it's anything with being wrong. You know, I would take that like a champ and be like, okay, I was wrong about that. Now let's have the next conversation. You know, as long as the conversations happen fairly, that's what's up with me. You know, and respectfully. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I don't know how to say your name here, new subscriber. Let me read some of these comments. Skin folk is not always kinfolk. There you go. They're not always. I mean, you know. And also, other folk ain't always your enemies. Not always. You know, not at all. Not at all. You gotta decide for yourself, and you gotta be willing to live life to figure that out. I liked and subscribe. Thank you, Shea Butter. Appreciate that. I so appreciate the dialogue. I'm supposed to be working. There's an investment. He is so wrong. Yes. He is so wrong. Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate the likes and the subscriptions and the compliments. Yeah, I appreciate that. Shaka, what does Shaka say? Thanks to everybody who just subscribed. Yeah, make sure you all hit the like. Yep, that's right. Now let me see here. Subscribed. Okay, there you go. All right, now let's see. This is Miss Italid, right? Mrs. Italid. Okay, I've known him since he used to dance in the clubs. Yeah, what was he, a stripper or something? And I'm friends with his son's mother. Okay, this case hits home with me. He is guilty a lot, but not necessarily of this. Okay, there you go. I mean, hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong myself. You know, and that's how it is. You know, the men were victimized as well. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't think there's a case for anybody being in there. I mean, it's just my opinion, but I don't see how you could be in that house and not be victimized in some way. But the question is not be abused in some way, but there's abuse that happens, but criminal abuse is different. You know, that's another thing. If it's criminal, yeah, sometimes you can watch abuse happen, and that you can get a civil case because of that. You can win a civil case just having to be a witness of something. Have you ever witnessed police brutality? I think you can even sue just for having to watch someone be brutalized. That in itself can be traumatizing, you know? So the victim may not know. Oh, okay, this is Natalie, aka Privilege. The victim may not know what grape is legal. Absolutely. Absolutely. They may not know the legal definition of it. They may not know the definition of it. They may not know when, and there's obviously a lot of people that don't know, because hence the conversation. But someone did say, there was a panelist here, I believe it was unapologetically, that said no means no. That's what it is. Um, Now, I think, I'm not sure if how the courts handle this. A person says no, and then you keep asking them, and then they say okay, if they consider that. But today, we literally going to find that out. Um, in this case, if not today, we're literally going to find that out in Georgia, if that is the precedent, if that is the standard on Grape. If you say no, and a person keeps asking you, and then you say okay, is that Grape or is it not? That's what we're about to find out, because that was the testimony given in this case. And I think everybody wants to know, and everyone should know. um if you're a woman, you need to know this. You need to know if no isn't means no, or if no and you can get asked again and then you say okay means no. We don't know, and everybody needs to know that. Men need to know that. Fellas need to know how to conduct themselves. Women need to know how to conduct themselves, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. Men need to know what's acceptable and not acceptable. And from this conversation we done had, it's clear that we could use some help with that, the legal definition, the legal requirements here. So let me see here. This is a bit, yeah, love. Okay, let me see. Miss Alid. Yeah, I followed for years and was semi apart and based on evidence. I don't believe they're going to find him guilty of everything. And Malia confessed to revenge porn even though they didn't have. Okay. I didn't. I'm not sure about this, but if so, please, let's. You can't. Yeah, it's difficult because you can't really put nothing in the chat, no links. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I hope everybody's seeing this comment here. Feel free to give some feedback, because I don't know. I never heard about this part. Malia confessed to revenge porn. Okay, to me,
She was the
revenge.
one that was on the stand and said that she was the one that posted it and not him.
She said she posted it.
Yeah, she took the stand and said she posted it and it wasn't Eligio.
And okay, I got you. But and then the prosecutor or the judge, there was a discussion about the fact that it was his site, it was his Instagram, right?
Yeah, it was
It was,
his Twitter that
and
she posted it to.
there we go. Right. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Thank you for this comment. Yeah, but we're gonna find out if he look, if it's your Instagram, if it's your phone or your computer, is it you or is it somebody else? That's what we're gonna find out today.
Well, the question is that enough to suggest that you have reason to doubt? So there's two burdens, right? There's beyond the shadow of a doubt and beyond reasonable doubt. And I think the burden is beyond reasonable doubt. And is her testimony enough to make you reasonably doubt that it was him that did it? Because the state's alleging he's the one that posted it. He's saying he did not post it. And then a witness came in and said, no, it wasn't him, it was me. Is that enough to make the jury doubt whether or not it was him? Because they're supposed to be sure, beyond all reasonable doubt, before they sentence him to a guilty verdict.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. I hear you. And that's what we're gonna find out, right? In this verdict. We're gonna find out what the standard is, essentially. Um, yeah, I just need to send a message out there. All right, I'm looking so far. Yeah, there hasn't been a verdict let out. Uh Also, we're going to find out very soon, um, or at some point, what the outcome of today's hearing was. Uh, because we actually did have the pleasure of, you know, having a sister up here, who actually is there, Medea, who's actually there, who hopefully she's going to come back and let us know what the deal is. So stay tuned. We're also waiting. I'm waiting. I want to know what's happening, and it's crunch time now. So let me see here, Deborah. I don't think they had a potted plant with seed they got from the apple from a pleat. Okay, I don't know what that is. What is that? Apple, y'all? Okay. Let me see. Sorry about that. Kilo wrote, "You still in the West Coast, Supreme Third." Let me see here. Okay, enough for it to stick. Okay, okay, enough for it to stick. His videos make him look bad, and to be honest, that's real, not acting. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he did make that claim about that, or several people tried to make that claim on the defense. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. You know, acting. You know what I'm saying? I didn't buy it. Yeah. To me, the defense didn't do well. The witnesses didn't do well. The defense witnesses. Those videos are who he really is. Okay, black sector for you, and yeah, I haven't seen you since the black sector times. Okay, I guess they talking together. This is yeah. Let me go through here. Yes, his videos make him look bad. He was actually acting at one point, but spiraled into who he is now. Some people said, well, that's what he said. That's what he said. That's what a couple of people said. You know, I don't know if I buy that myself, but, you know, I don't really buy it. But let me see here. Dag, it's like when people leave, sometimes the comments are coming through like in the back chat. I'm getting like 50 at one time. Let me see here. I'm sorry about that, y'all, if I missed some comments. Okay, when the DA repeated it to her and told her, you know what, that's a crime. Who was on the stand? Okay, yeah, let me see. Okay, that's not who they talking about. That's not Malaya. I'm sorry, not Malaya, but yeah. Okay, they just let's not. All right, I'm gonna stop reading some of these. Well, she needs to get out for those 5 years. All right, I'm gonna come off of this. Now, let me see. This is a larger one. Silly Tell also went to eviction court. Okay, let me take that off. I'm gonna let y'all dialogue a little bit because I don't want to post some of the information that's being released here in the chat. But y'all keep going. Y'all having a good conversation down there. Let me see here. What else can we review while we waiting for a verdict? He was never acting. Okay, this is a response. He was never acting. His supporters told him to say he was acting so he would get in trouble. I mean, where's the evidence that they were, acting? Is there some contract, a production team? Where's that? I would like to know that. Then that would solve it. Yes, for how long? Okay. I'm gonna put some music on for 2 seconds. I'm gonna be right back. You can hold tight if you want, Justin. It's gonna take me just maybe like 3-4 minutes. I need to get a latte here going. All right.
Well, hold on. Don't need to put the music. Let's hear from the people.
Okay, go ahead. Can you you can't, Shaka, can you control the chat there?
The chat?
Yeah.
Or the panel? I mean,
yeah, you can do the panel, but
yeah.
You can't. Just give me a couple of minutes. You can read from the chat if you want. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta make my latte real quick. All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me share the link so people can get on the panel if they want to add commentary. And okay, Anderson, I think Vivi wants me to just read the comments. So hold on, let me share the link. I'm gonna go there. Give me 1 second. We would like to hear from you. Seen that video where Nature Boy says that he will be naked as F in front of your kid.
that he has sex in front of his son. That after he has sex, he chills and he lets his son touch his penis. But you can address anything you want, But that
Yo,
was on
Shaka,
tape. Yes, feel
Shaka,
free.
you can if you want to add screen, go for it. That way
Add screen.
you can
What do you
control
mean,
it.
brother?
If you want to add your screen, you can do that. That way you can control it for a second. You can play those videos.
Oh yeah. Okay. I need to get my computer ready.
Yeah, just letting you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for that one actually, so people can hear it. It's better. I can show better than I can tell. So just give me one moment. Maybe some of you did not see that clip. In the meantime, hit that like button. I won't be long. I'll be with you. Oh yeah, okay. I'll be right with you, ladies and gentlemen. It's here. It's here. Now, where's that video where he made that? Okay. Oh yeah, I think I know where I can find it. There it is. So I'm gonna share my screen.
Go ahead, share it.
Yeah, just one moment, please, brother.
Okay, so let me share the screen. All right. Whenever you're ready, brother. Now, listen. I'm going to go on mute. Listen carefully.
I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. I never be ashamed of sex. My son be breastfeeding, I'll be making love to his mom. That's me, bro. That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid could be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis. He's playing with my penis. I let that happen.
Yeah, you can unshare, brother. Okay, hold on. Yeah. So, what do you think about what you just heard, ladies and gentlemen? Did you ever hear that before? Is it new to you? Now, I cannot put the comments on the screen, but hold on. I'm gonna put live chat. He should never told the world that honestly. He should have never told the world that. David wrote, he said that's how it gets down. A. Williams wrote a monster. David wrote, ooh. Deborah wrote, that was horrific. And after he said that, there was a platform. Some of you may know which platform it is. There was a guy who was sent to prison for 7 years for abusing a 14-year-old girl. And the host of that platform knew about that guy and interaction with minors because years back, he called him Baby York. After Nature Boy said what you heard, the host of that platform wanted to interview him. Nisha wrote a true danger to society. Now, it's difficult for me to read the name. It looks like Ahabiya. She wrote, yeah, that's when he got kicked out of Belize. Kara wrote, he need to be in jail for child endangerment. Those kids were living in an unfit home. He said he has sex in front of his kid. That right after he has sex, he lets his kid touch his private parts. And there's a platform who wanted to interview that dude. Who is Pop Marcus? It says in the chat, Pop Marcus tried his best. I don't know what that means exactly. So, tell us what you know so far about the trial. Tell us what you think, what your opinion is. Have you ever heard other crazy claims like that? Crazy statements made publicly like that? I think before those statements, the craziest thing I've heard is those GMS people. You know, it's a particular Black Hebrew Israelite group, and you have grown men, adults who said that it's okay to have sex with a girl as long as she has a period. She can even be, 9. They may even have said 8, but that's their doctrine. And I think that was the craziest I ever heard until that clip. Now, a lady who wrote his son's mother is a good woman. She was manipulated as well. He has always been a narcissist. Okay, so Pop Marquez is apparently Velvet's dad. Okay. Now, we have someone who wrote they proved he was an abusive cult leader, but that doesn't mean he raped that woman. The trial is specifically about did he rape that woman or not. I don't think that's what the trial is about because from the beginning, it seems to me like there were several charges. Can somebody clarify in the chat? There are
That's exactly
many.
what the trial is about.
It's only
So
about the rape.
yes. So they have 5 charges. It's rape, false imprisonment, and then revenge porn with 3 different counts of that. And it's all about the events of March 24th. So that's what I've been saying is that it's unfortunate they put on the circus because when the jury has to decide whether or not he's guilty of the events on March 24th. There's all this muddy, cloudy testimony that's been going on about everything else but that date.
All right. Now, if you don't mind, you said 5 charges, right? So I heard you said rape, you said forced imprisonment, and you said revenge porn. Do you mind telling me what the other 2 charges are?
Yeah, so there are 3 charges of revenge porn because the video was posted 3 times.
Okay, okay. So there's 3 charges for revenge porn. There's one for rape. There's one for forced imprisonment, And I think you may have sent another one, but we get the picture so far. Okay, okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Justin. Now let me
No
see
problem.
what's written. Yeah, what's
I could throw those
yeah.
up on the I could throw the charges up on the screen if you want. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, feel free, brother VB. So let me see the comments. Okay, some. Mm, Now, Beamer wrote that he's been following this ever since this video went viral. Somebody wrote, he also said he wanted to feed his baby sim. What? Is there? Has anybody ever heard that? I'm very careful when I don't actually have the evidence, the proof, because there's so many claims being made. I think he would have went viral if he would have said that publicly. So I'm skeptical about that claim. That he said he wanted to feed his baby semen. I'm not gonna read the rest, but somebody wrote, I think he innocent. If you don't mind, if you believe he's guilty or innocent, just add the charges or the charge. If it's one charge or several charges, just so it can be a bit clearer. Now, so here it says, according to WSB TV, the charges that he was arrested for are rape, false imprisonment, sharing 3 pieces of, so basically the revenge porn, so 3 pieces of sexually explicit content on social media. Okay, so those are the 5 charges. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
now he said some wild stuff. Like, he said that he was going to breed his children. Like, he calls it line breeding and not inbreeding, where children from different mothers, he was going to breed them together.
okay, but have you ever heard the claim, or have you ever heard him say that he was gonna feed his baby semen? That seems a bit off, right?
No, I haven't heard that, but I don't doubt he said some wild stuff because he believes that his semen carries special information, and that if women ingest it, that they will get smarter. They call it downloading. So I don't doubt it, but I've never heard it myself.
Well, let me share the link to get on the panel in the chat. If somebody knows any video where we can hear those crazy claims, um, just gonna put get on the panel. You have the back chat, because in the chat it will not work. It's only moderators who can share links. So you do have the link to get on the panel, so you can share any link in the back chat. Um, that's basically, yeah. But let me continue with the comments. So somebody wrote, they accuse him of the wrong crimes because he's guilty of a lot, just not necessarily raping Janae. Somebody else wrote, I've been following since 2017. I think it's good that he's in jail. Another person wrote, I'm a Hebrew and we don't do that. It's a naked law and unclean or period law. No. Well, there's different Hebrew Israelite groups. As one of them, ISUPK, who be sending money to a convicted rapist. So they have no problem with people who are convicted of rape. But
Hey, Shaka.
yes, feel free.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you share on your channel also? I think that's going to give you some more privileges when you do that.
Well, I was waiting for you to finish, actually. When
Oh,
you're
really?
about to finish, I will start mine. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm talking about on this stream. You could still do that once we finish.
Well, I'll rather wait. So you have a lot of people watching, subscribing and
Okay.
liking. I think yeah. So people are not all over the place. But
Okay. All right. All
whenever
right. Just wanted to say that.
well, yeah, whenever you're gonna have to go, tell me, and then we can take over.
All right. No
Um.
worries. Yep.
So yes, there are different Hebrew Israelite groups, and they don't all have the same practices. But I mean, on my stream, I'll be able to share. But you have some grown men who are in the street and say, Anyway, let's continue.
What's the comment you're reading?
I'm skipping some because I haven't read, I mean I haven't seen, but let me continue. So here we have Abiya who wrote, I don't think the revenge will stick, but due to the severity of the grape, they may charge him with that, in my opinion. Well, actually, somebody wrote that he did say that. Can somebody now? Can you? If anybody can share the video or the audio of him saying those crazy things, once again, you do have the link to get on the panel. So basically, you will be back chat. You don't even have to use a webcam, and you have what we call a private chat, and there the links will show. But anyway, now. But there are some comments I'm thinking maybe it's trolling. He wanted to feed everyone. What? Damn, he said that. What? He said it on video. What the heck? Can somebody share the video? Just get back chat. You have the link. The link here is, you see, V Bennett's put the link there. So whoever's in the chat, you can hit that link, and then you can share any videos. There's several people who said that he said that on tape. So basically, it was public. Love Micro wrote, download my fist in his face. Well, several people said that they heard him say that. There are bloggers that have many of his videos, yes, but we would need the direct link. That's what we'll need. Mrs. Italid, how long you think you'll be able to how long do you think will be available to hop on?
Okay, somebody, I think Passport R wants to get on the panel, so I'm just gonna let him up real
Okay.
quick, or her up.
Okay.
See, Passport R, you there? Or she got? Is it?
Yeah, I'm here. Listen,
Yes.
he did say a lot of that crazy stuff, but I don't have time to look up the links. He has a whole bunch of videos and stuff. So I just wanted to let you know it's not a troll. He said that.
Okay. Well, I thought I heard the worst from him. But I mean, it's even difficult to rate these crazy statements at this point. So which one is
Yeah.
worse? But okay.
He
Well, feel
did
free if
feel
you
like
have
his
any
semen was
comments.
downloads. He was telling people, they need to take his download um orally or anally. He was saying stuff like his baby mama is pregnant with his next wife. He did want to breed like all of his children, and he's a wild person.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
But
I
definitely
I'm gonna
heard this.
wild.
drop down.
No, yeah,
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
you to know that it. I just wanted you to know that it wasn't a troll. Like that. That
Thank
really
you.
happens. All right.
Thank you.
yeah. I've heard people say that before too. If we get, I know, it's hard to get the links because sometimes people take them down, you know, hide them or whatever, and but the witnesses, people are in the public, and they've said that before. I've heard that several times. I mean, more than several times over the limited time I've even been following the story, which is just about a year, which is it's good to have people come up and speak, and share what they've heard or what they know. And yeah, so but go ahead, Shaka.
Yeah, several people said that they heard him say some very strange things. Well, if you don't hop on the panel, it's okay. Just keep the comments, and I'm gonna just read them. And VB will be, back with us soon. He just has, take care of a little some. But um, I learned something. But you know, no disrespect, they are still taking as allegations. So many people said that they heard some particular statements. Some people said that he was acting, and so on. But indeed, sometimes stuff are said that are crazy, and it was said like years ago, and after a while, people kind of forget about it because there's other news that's coming up. But I must admit, even though I heard him say what I played earlier, that I'm surprised, but it is still an allegation at this point. Maybe later on, people will share those videos. And as a matter of fact, once the hello, hey, that's Mrs.
Hello,
Italy.
guys.
Okay,
Hi,
thanks for
I'm
coming up.
Mrs.
Feel free.
Italy D. Yeah. I have a cold, so you guys have to excuse me. I've been sick all week. Something's going around, but I've known Eligio since the club days before anyone ever heard his name. Um, he used to dance in the clubs and travel, and in my younger years, I did as well. And so our paths crossed multiple times. I became friends with Maisha, his son's mother. Um, she's a great girl, a great girl. And she does not agree with any of the nonsense that he portrays on YouTube or anywhere for that matter. When I first heard of him changing his life, I was extremely proud of him because the world that we came from, I mean, it's a lot that goes on there. So I thought he had made a change, and he was in Ohio, and he decided to leave Ohio and go. I think he went to Costa Rica first or Belize. I can't remember. Anyways, he left the states, and I thought he had a great message. Things were going good. And then once he started getting that fame, he's narcissistic. And people say that all the time. They throw that out there for anyone who, has a little chip on their shoulder, but he truly is. And I watched him go from having a great dream and honestly wanting to do good for the world and for himself and for his family and change his life to the man that he is now, sitting in that courtroom. And I get emotional because this is real to me. At one point I had considered even going, over there and just trying to get a grip on my own life and my own reality. But I started realizing he was losing grip on reality. And he would do skits. Everyone says he's an
Salute,
actor. I
can you
never
hear me?
acting.
Salute, can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm saying a lot at once, but I think a lot of it was skits, pre-planned things, but it was honestly who he was, and I don't know, it's just I watched him spiral out of control, and I believe the first video that they played in the courtroom is going to convict him alone because a lot of people aren't going to get past his character. A lot of people are judged on their character per se more than like the actual crime, just because that's humanity. That's you judge a book by its cover, but his cover doesn't even show who he really is. You know.
Sorry, I just want to interject real quick. I'm at work right now. Salute to the panel, salute to the sister. My bad to interrupt you, Queen.
Oh, you're
I just
fine.
I just wanted to give a third yes that I personally have heard Nature Boy said. It was matter of fact on the platform Bigo that he said that he wanted to have his kids inbred with each other. Also, Nature Boy is the same man that said that he let his son play with his and that he was trying to
Yeah,
teach
we
his
played
son
it
that.
earlier.
Yeah, and then all that. On top of that, yes, he did. I did hear him say that at first he said they were trying to find the baby something to eat. I'll give context to be fair, since everybody want to have this asshole have a fair whatever. They was trying to run around looking for food for the child at the time, and he said, "Well, I can feed her my semen." Ha 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 ha. And everybody thought that was a joke, and it was like, you don't fucking joke like that. Excuse me for my language, but yeah, Nature Boy has done countless heinous acts Like I say, matter of fact, I remember one situation that he was trying to be like a confessional. He had one guy come up there and said that they was doing stuff with their baby cousin or whatever. And instead of saying, "Hey, well, that's not okay. You shouldn't be doing that," Nature Boy asked him, "Well, how far did your finger fit inside the baby?"
Yes, he did.
So I got to go back to work. But anybody
God.
want more deep stuff about this man? This man is evil. I come from the World News sector. World News is the same person that Nature Boy had on a shooting range target and was shooting him up. So when it came to that World News, I heard all that from over there. I'm not trying to give no shout outs or anything. That's where I'm the platform. I'm the sector I'm coming from. But salute to y'all. Like, guilty. We don't want this fucking Geppetto. You know what I'm saying? Geppetto like Geppetto and Pinocchio, because everybody want to be specific now with this asshole. But we want a guilty. We need this
Talk a
person.
little bit closer to the mic. Talk a
Sorry,
little bit closer. Yeah.
Sorry, we need this evil out of the community. I don't give a fuck. Even if you look like me, I'm still. If you're doing bad for my community, get us out. Like Malcolm X tried to do. Like I said, everybody take care. We don't want this motherfucker out on the streets. We don't want this person around our kids. Also, Nature Boy was also the same person that said, if y'all bring y'all kids to my house, I'm gonna be naked in front of your kids. So put that in perspective when y'all want to talk about when people, not y'all, but when people want to say, oh, he loves kids, he's this. No, he's a freak. He's a Geppetto. Like I said, Geppetto like Pinocchio, and we don't need this nigga. Take care and salute, Kings.
Thank you
Peace,
for
bro.
your
Thank you.
commentary. This passport, or maybe you want to speak, feel free.
Yeah, a lot of that shit was what they talking about was for entertainment though. Like he used to say this shit is for skits, entertainment, views. I mean, even if you want to go into
We
music,
had entertainment.
yeah, but
Disgusting entertainment.
Are you not entertained?
are you not entertained? Hey, but hey, even if you even listen to certain rap lyrics like Biggie, you know he got that one little weird that one little weird verse, right? He said, "Hey, your daughter's so good, I suck your," you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
Everybody
different.
heard that song. Everybody heard
But
that song
brother,
It's not
before.
about
But
can I
I'm just
ask
saying,
passport?
it's not about
Passport.
but
hurting
people
children. It's
still,
not about hurting
Passport.
children.
But
And that's a
passport. Let me
metaphor.
ask you this. Yeah, let me just ask
okay, but
passport
it's
one
still
question.
weird to say though,
But
right?
passport, let me ask you
It's
this.
not about kids, though.
When you say it's for entertainment, do you think that entertainment is helpful to the community that watches him, or to any community? Do you think that's helpful entertainment, good entertainment, or how would you rate it?
I mean, if people gonna follow him, and everyone on here saying they've been following him
No,
for all these
you. I'm
years,
talking about you. What you think about it?
entertainment wise, entertainment wise, just like everyone else watching for all these years,
Yeah,
entertainment
but do
wise.
you think it's positive entertainment? Do you think it's useful? Do you think it's helpful? Do you like it? How do you
It's
feel
a
about it?
mixture of it. It's a mixture of it, right? Everything ain't nothing 100% in life. You got negative, you got positive, and you got whatever. But yeah, so it was the balance
So
there.
you follow him, do you?
Yeah, I watched his videos for since he was in like Costa Rica and shit like that.
No, but when I mean follow, I don't mean following like on social media, but I mean like, are you a supporter of him?
No, I ain't no supporter or nothing like that. But
A. Williams got a question for you, Passport R. What's entertaining about speaking sexually in reference to kids?
I mean, you should ask yourself that if you know that reference, if you keep up with them all the time, if you don't like something,
No,
why
but
keep watching it?
what do you think is entertaining about that?
I mean, it was skits. It was just entertainment. People watch that type of shit.
Right, but what is entertaining about it? Like, why would you watch it, for example?
I never seen him say it, so I'm not really sure which all he's actually talking about. Y'all got a video on it?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, so I think maybe what I'm trying to take from him is that people were entertained by the whole character that he portrayed at one point. There's nothing entertaining, funny, or humorous about any of the negative stuff he's done. He's been a terrible example of the community. If you ask me, he was sent. You know, there's someone backing him. I'm not, you know, I don't even want to get into that, but he eventually was put into place and got so much fame that pushing the agendas that certain people, I want to say elites, but that's not the right word, but the agendas that are pushed, he was used as a puppet to push certain things. I believe it was entertaining at first, you know, the little, you know, RNM moments. But at one point, we all got to the point where we realized this is not fake. You know, he was spiraling out of control. He was doing things that, um, I mean, are unimaginable. You know, and that's just what we saw. So imagine the things that we didn't see. Syrian's testimony was heart wrenching. All their testimony was heart wrenching because it's so hard to originally be proud of someone and enjoying what they're teaching, because a lot of his teachings were on point. They made a lot of sense, but then what he thought was entertaining, which brought the views, that's, you know, that stuff did bring views, and people watched just to see the destruction and the drama that was within their little cult. You know, and the word cult comes from culture. So if they want to say, you know, that's just their culture, so be it. But it was just terrible. It's
So
just terrible.
sometimes they teaching, and then sometimes they doing anything contrary just to get people to watch.
Yes.
Is that what the argument is? Okay, well that's the people should know that. I mean, you know, because I think there's a distinction there. You know, you don't have to like what somebody's teaching or really believes in their cult. But when a cult leader or member says, yeah, but then we say all kinds of other stuff that we don't mean just to get views. I mean, don't you find that a little troubling in
Oh, I
terms of,
definitely do.
yeah,
I
it's like, you know,
100%.
I
You
mean, what
know?
can you believe? How do you know what they can any of it? Can it all just be entertainment then? How does the public who's watching it know the difference?
Yeah. You're right. They don't know the difference. But at one point, I think it became where there was no difference. You know, like the teaching got thrown out the window a long time ago. A long, long time ago. You know, he stopped living by those morals and standards a long time ago, and I question if he ever really did. I think for a real quick moment, he had a great idea and a dream, and he ran with it, and then he brought people in and tore them down. And you know, I just feel for all of those kids that went through there because they were all young and they were going to like find. They thought they were going on a journey of self, and all they found was the devil.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In any case, Shaka, keep going, bro. I'm not ready yet. So I'm just saying any y'all Miss Lady, Itali D, um, Justin. Let me read some more of these comments. Or go ahead. Go ahead. I hear somebody was about to speak.
Well, yeah, I know like the one young lady that's on the panel now, she is friends with Maisha. I think I heard you speak before, or maybe it was another friend of Maisha, about the case where he put his hands on her. Was that you, or you were familiar with, him putting his hands on Maisha?
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. I don't really want to speak too much on it because I haven't discussed it with her. I mean, there has been times that she's given me permission to talk about it, but with the case being where it's at the moment, but there are videos out there, you know, and interviews with her. There's pictures of what she looked like at the end, and I mean, it's terrible. Um, so he's always like, that's what I was saying. Like he's always back in those days. He was very narcissistic and, you know, loathed himself. But that's why I say, you know, I was proud of him and I thought that he was doing something good. And then I watched him go back to who he was, and then I watched him turn into somebody, I mean, way worse than what he was with anyone. But yeah, Maisha's face, I can close my eyes right now and see her face. Um, and she stepped away. She doesn't want nothing to do with him. They do share a son, and for a while she was trying to let him be in her son's life. Because when this is where I'm saying, like, you separate what was on YouTube and who he, I don't want to say really was, because he really was who he was on YouTube, but take away all the acting and all the drama. She just wanted her son to have a father. And then at one point she even realized, like, this is just too much on my son. He was seeing too much. He would go over there and bear witness to everything going on. And, all he wanted was a dad. And he as well has a monster for a father. There's so many people that have been affected by this man. And although I think they charged him maybe with some of the wrong crimes, because he's guilty of a lot. I don't know. I wasn't in that room with Janae. And when a woman says no, no does mean no. But there has been times as a woman, I'm just going to say, I've said no. And then the person has kept pushing. And then I changed my mind and went along with it. And I don't feel like that was grape, sorry. But then I have been graped, and it's hard for anyone to say because nobody was in that room. But he is guilty of a lot. He deserves what he's getting. And sometimes karma comes back around and gets you. Even if my brother did 10 years for a crime he did not commit. But trust and believe, my brother was doing things that was going to get him, unalived out here. So sometimes God will take you and give you punishment, and to others it looks like you're being punished for one thing, but only God and him know the truth. And God just sat him down and said, enough is enough. You're not going to keep taking my name in vain. I'm going to show you who really is God. I don't know how y'all feel about getting spiritual in here, but I believe that God is the highest power, and he has reign. Even though the devil has reign over the world at the moment, God has rule over him. And, it is what it is at the end of time. Got to put into play whatever he needs to sit you down.
Let me ask this though about the concept of acting, or being entertaining versus the teaching, right? Why didn't they just tell people that from the beginning, that hey, some of the stuff we saying is just acting, y'all. This is entertainment. We must remind that. Here's the warning. Here's the disclaimer. When I put my video out there, here's the disclaimer. I mean, why is it that we hearing this acting thing after he's been charged?
I don't want you guys to get to the wrong idea. Like, I'm saying that it was all act, and I'm just saying some of it was skits. Some of it he did be like, oh man, we would get a lot of views if we did this, that, and the third.
No, but
that
what
really
I'm saying
was who
is,
he was. He just put it on camera.
But I'm saying, why is that coming out after he's been charged?
I think a lot of people knew that some of this stuff wasn't real. But you're right. He should have, but he wouldn't have got the views he got if he had told people it was acting. And I don't, when I say acting, I don't mean like literally like putting on a show.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm asking that is because that's part of his defense. See, yeah. And so he's been charged of these heinous crimes, and now in the defense, it comes out by these members and him that it's just acting. And what I'm saying is like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with acting. There's nothing wrong with entertainment. But don't you need to tell people that's what you're doing? Because
right.
I mean, really,
but I don't think, like, okay.
Otherwise, somebody hold on. Here's an example. If I got a video and I tell people, hey, y'all can fly. Everybody come over to this cliff with me. Everybody line up, and I'm going to show you I can fly. And then all of a sudden, I'm flying, right? But I never tell you I'm acting. And the rest of y'all jump off that cliff and hit the ground and die. Who's to blame?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he was doing. But, by the end, it wasn't acting. I mean, it was organized skits, but it was really who he was. the words that he was saying, the things that he was doing are things that he was doing off camera. He just put it on display and then added a little bit to it to make it, I don't know how, I don't even know the word I'm looking for, but you know, he definitely was not acting to the point that this was all some great show, um, all made up, because it wasn't. It was
Well, I
just.
mean, the point I'm just trying to get to is acting a defense at this point. After
Oh
he's been
no, no,
charged,
no,
is
no, no,
acting a defense? Like, yeah, I
no,
don't.
no,
Yeah.
no, 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 because that's not what it was at the time. I mean, even back when Belle was there, and that wasn't acting. Now that was like really the truth. Back at that time, like that's really how they were living, and the militant mindset and the way that he treated her and treated the other women, like that was really what was going on. When they got to Georgia is when he started like making up these grand, shows, but it was really who he was. You saw him lose his mind. Everyone saw him lose his mind. And to get up there and say that they were all acting during that time, they're taking the word acting so people would think the whole thing was fake, but it wasn't. It was just more organized, like, let me put on a show, let me show you what I can really do. It was really who he was.
Mm. Shakes, you there? I said Shaquille earlier. It's actually Shakes. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss her because she popped
My
back up.
mic been messing up.
Oh,
My
there you
gosh.
go.
Can y'all
There
hear
you
me?
go. Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear
I
you
can.
now.
I just wanted to come in on I heard y'all talking about, a lot of the acting and everything like that. I was just gonna say he didn't say it was acting because he know damn well it wasn't acting. That's why. And he thought he was God. And he didn't take, even when if you look at the video of when he got that what is it called? That warrant. He got that warrant in the mail. He thought that was a joke too. He said, "Oh, I could get her in trouble because she's lying on me." He never took anybody serious. He never took anything serious, and none of it was a skit. None of that was. Come on now. Everybody was telling him he was wrong and why he doing that and this and this and that. Don't you think he would have said that?
Well, I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that, the whole thing was an act. I'm not saying that at all. I believe he's where he's supposed to be at. I'm saying bits and pieces of it was acting, and they're using that as the defense, when in reality that is he really was, and that is how he was really treating those kids. You know what I mean? Like, he deserves to
Yeah.
be where he is. I please nobody take what I'm saying and switch it around, because maybe I'm just not getting my point across correctly. Like, I'm not for
Oh
him
no, I
Oh
at
don't.
no,
I
all.
no,
don't.
it's
I
not
don't
just
think
you.
that. No, I don't think
Yeah,
that
I
just.
don't think that.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
not
think
just
that was
you.
you because you came up here and you explained it very well and you said that too. So and you sound sincere about that part. I was just saying, like, people don't realize it's so crazy that when this stuff was happening, everybody, oh, he need to be in jail. He need to be in jail. But then now he in jail and everybody like, oh, he didn't do this. He didn't do that. Even if he didn't do it, let's just say he didn't do it. And he get charged with the other stuff, right? If the grape come off and he get charged with the other stuff. Y'all gonna still be complaining? Because when y'all was watching it, y'all was talking about how much he needed to go to jail. Now he in there and everybody talking about he didn't do that and all this stuff. Y'all don't know what happened behind closed doors.
Yeah, and
Look
that's
at
what
look
I'm
at all
saying.
the
I
stuff.
think they also charged him with some of the wrong crimes. They should have charged. There's a lot of other crimes they could
Oh,
have charged
trust
him
me,
with.
a lot of stuff gonna come out.
Yeah,
Trust me, this is not it.
yeah, and
Even
if
if
he
he,
gets off, they are definitely going to come for him. He's going to leave the
yeah,
country. I truly believe that.
he gonna try to leave the country when if he not win, because he not, but if in a million years, if he ever, if they say not guilty to all three charges or however many it is, I believe it's 5, but I think he will run and he will never turn back. He will never come back, and he probably disappear for a while.
They're not going to give him his passport back, though. They won't give him his passport back. He's still facing although I doubt that Ohio is going to extradite him for the case that was 20 years ago. If he's found not guilty, I don't see them giving him his passport back because he is waiting trial. He had an active warrant when he was arrested. So even if he's found not guilty now, they will have to wait to see if they execute that warrant in Ohio.
Right. And everybody keeps saying, well, why didn't she say nothing when she first left and this and this and that? Well, sometimes you do sit up and you had these talks with people and they kind of open your mind to, oh shit, is that
The
real? That's
verdict is
true?
in. All right, let me pivot to that. Keep talking. Keep
Oh,
talking. Yeah.
oh no, I was just saying, sometimes you do sit down with your homegirl, your homeboy, and y'all be talking and you be like, oh, you know what, that might be true. I gotta look into that, and they might open your eyes to other things, and that's how we learn. Because
Yeah.
if I knew that mean grape, somebody that I know that did the same thing to me could have been in prison for that.
Yeah, that's master manipulation at its best.
Yeah.
I'm in
And
Ohio right now, so if he
me
comes
too.
here,
Me
are
too.
you? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
Columbus.
Oh yeah, you a couple of hours away.
Okay.
But yeah.
Michelle, can you hop up, Michelle? Pop up. Let me drop the link. She's saying that a verdict is in, and we know that
Huh?
there's. Michelle just said that the verdict is in, so I'm trying to. I want her to hop up because, and while I look for the release of the verdict, it should be coming out any second. But there's a few people that's in the courtroom also. One of them was up on the panel earlier. So, all right, keep talking. It's coming. It's coming, y'all. And Shaka, thanks
Yeah.
for holding it down too. Stay up here because I need you to keep
No
holding it
problem.
down too because I'm in the
No
middle of
problem,
something
brother.
too. Yeah.
But check your WhatsApp, please, VB.
Okay.
If the
Yeah,
verdict's in this early, then it's guilty on all charges, I think. If it's in this early.
If the verdict was in, that'll be on everything. I don't know if that's true yet.
Right. We need to verify everything. Yeah. Well, she
Yeah.
said. Here we go. Hold on. There you go, Michelle. How you doing?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm so sorry about that. I put a comment later saying that the verdict is not in. What's happening now is that the jurors are having questions for the judge. I
Aha.
am
Okay.
in communication with someone who is there now in the courtroom, and that's what she told us. She obviously didn't know either. She said the verdict was in, and then she said, "Sorry, guys, false alarm. The jurors have questions for the judge."
Thank
So,
you.
of course, they are deliberating. I'm sorry about that. I probably should have waited to
No,
put
no,
that
no,
in the
no, no.
comments.
No, you good.
Um,
You good.
but
Thanks for alerting us.
Oh,
You
yes,
good?
yes. So
Mhm.
they have questions now. So we'll see. She did say that they have questions and that they're going to lunch soon. Because again, she's kind of boots on the ground right now.
Right.
And they're getting ready to go to lunch. So I'm sorry for that false alarm, but I definitely did want to get up here to let everybody know that was a false alarm.
Okay, that's good. So they about to go into lunch. That would be 1 p.m. around rough
Yep,
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
right around now. Yep.
Okay, that's good because everybody here is waiting for the verdict.
Yeah,
And
I've been listening. I've been listening to your guys' conversation pretty much all morning, and yeah, what I've been hearing is correct. A nature boy, he is a threat to society. I don't care. He's a
You
threat to
say he's a what?
society.
Oh,
I
threat.
said
Okay.
he's a threat. He's a menace to society. I don't know if he'll get off or not, but let's just say he does get off. People will be harmed. People will be harmed. Potentially, children will be harmed if this person is able to just roam the streets as he's been doing his whole life.
Yeah, I agree.
Seriously. And I know we were just you guys were just talking about the skits. Like, I want to see a script, because even the whole thing with Dr. Bishop was funny. He was kind of funny, but you can just tell the people who were the members who were there, they were humiliated. They
Yes.
were not able they
Mhm.
were not able to say how they really felt. They were just I mean, it was just disgusting. Other people, you could tell, other people sometimes will be in the background like, "Oh yeah, Mama Sheba, you were wrong for that. Oh yeah." yeah, Zoka, you were wrong for that. They were humiliated.
Yes, their
So
truths were definitely used against them, and that's what I'm saying.
exactly.
Like, we know that Dr. Bishop was a acting, portraying a
Kind of.
doctor, but there were truths in the acting. Like, when he sat them down, he would take things that nobody knew and then throw it out there on camera. And if they didn't answer the way he wanted them to, he would go over that question 4, 5, 6 times until he got the answer that he wanted. And it was always
Absolutely.
something disgusting. He just,
Absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't an act for them, for the other members who were, in front of his desk. Like, that was not an act. I'm sorry. So I don't know if the other person who said this is still on the panel. I think they were just saying, that the state hasn't met their burden. I would ask in response to that, what did the state need to do to prove that? What did the state need to do? I think maybe they could have done a better job, but I think they did a really, really good job about explaining, the whole situation. And just him saying to the detective, yeah, she told me no, but that's my property. I mean, for me, that's a closed case right then and there. And then for the victim, with her admitting, yeah, I said no so many times I couldn't count. That is not enthusiastic and informed consent. It's just not. I don't care whatever way you slice it. If someone's not enthusiastic in their yes, I'm going to do this with you, that's not consent. And I think that I'm sad that all this is happening, y'all, but I think we need to have these conversations in our community, because I think situations like this happen far too often and nobody talks about it. Like, yeah, I think someone just said, oh yeah, I really kind of didn't want to do it, but then I eventually did. That is not consent. Like, and I feel like a lot of men need to know that.
Yes, men need to discuss that. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This is like, you're right.
Here's my thing, right? Because I'm the guy on the panel that said that the state, to me, hasn't met its burden.
Okay.
And I think, again, if it was as clear cut and dry as we wish it were, then the jury would have already returned their verdict. But it's not. It's complex. Consent legally does not require enthusiasm. If I, give you something, but I had my hesitations about it, but I still gave it to you, I didn't lose my ability to consent. I didn't lose my autonomy. Unless you can prove that I did it under duress or under some other circumstances where I would forfeit my ability to consent, then that would be me acquiescing to your demands, whether it's our word or whether it's anything else. The consent doesn't have to require enthusiasm. I do think
But
that anybody engaged. I do think that anybody engaged intimately with somebody should be overly concerned about the way their partner is engaged with them back, and that they should not want to be engaged with their partner if their partner displays any signs of discomfort or hesitation. But
I
when we're
believe
talking
they
about the
were all
law,
under duress the whole time they were there. All of them. They never once could be. They probably felt if they didn't do this, they were going to get reprimanded for it.
The
If I didn't lay
environment
down,
promoted that. Absolutely.
yeah, they were all under his mind control. It was truly a brainwashing, and that's why when he stepped away and was put into jail, first of all, things started breaking up. There started being problems within the group. But people also started to be able to think for themselves, because they weren't thinking for themselves. They were thinking his thoughts, doing what he said, because they felt like if they didn't, they would have to leave. They didn't have anywhere to live. They've been embarrassed and beat down on camera in front of everybody in the world. They don't want to go back home and be the one that, had, relations with the transvestite. I mean, they just They were all under duress.
If
I'm
it,
sorry.
Can I respond real quick? I'm sorry, I cannot see your name. So do you not agree that consent to sexual activity requires enthusiasm? Yeah, if I'm getting my wisdom teeth pulled, no, I'm not going to be enthusiastic about the consent that I give. But when it comes to sexual activity, you don't think that requires enthusiasm
No,
for
I think
whoever
that
said that? Okay.
no. So I think that you should, personally be seeking that. But what I think you should be doing personally is different than what I think is criminal. Like
but brother,
maybe
let me
go
just
ahead.
ask you this. You didn't hear in the testimony, nothing that you heard in the testimony, the videotapes, anything that the victim said, you didn't hear anything about duress in there that would lead you to think that she was under duress. Nothing there at all.
Um, no. So
Even
like
after she was beat
the
up?
the closing prosecutor, the black woman who prosecuted later, I think she did a good job of tying together a situation that could paint a picture for me that could suggest that she was under duress. Um, like again, I'm talking about the burden, the standard, right? So there's two standards: beyond a shadow of a doubt and beyond a reasonable doubt. I I I think that the defense did enough, and I don't think the state had enough in witness testimony, and evidence to suggest that for me, beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt, or beyond all reasonable doubt, that this was duress. And then again, like I'm not a woman. I don't know what it feels like to be
Okay, let me
in.
ask you this part though. Okay, now this okay, one thing is to talk about the state's burden to prove duress, right? We get that. I get you. And that's an argument to be had. Did the state do enough? That's clear. That's a clear question. And that's a very good question to ask. And it's going to be left up to the jurors. But let's step back out now. Just you as a man, knowing what you've heard, knowing what you believe about Nature Boy, any of that. Of course, that's not what the verdict is about. But let's just ask this question. Do you as a man think she was under duress? From all that you know, everything else.
I mean, I try not to form opinions on things I don't know. So like, there was a lot about the situation that the only access that I have to her mind state, right, is the way she behaved. Now I know that the domestic violence expert said that people who are in domestic violence situations can have contraindicated actions and behaviors. So that could explain, her behavior, or maybe she wasn't really under duress. I like. There's
But
no way
don't
for
you
me to
think
know.
so you don't think none of those beatings, smackings, none of that stuff, the testimony about that, none of that implies duress.
Um, Duress for like in my
And you're
like to me,
illegally
no, no.
in the court or
So
outside of the court. Either
so
way, any
so
way
no.
you want to
So
go at it.
so so to me, this is what I know of the situation, and this how I'm evaluating it. Did she feel that if she left, she would be beat up? I don't think so, because she had an Uber there, had her bags packed, and could have left. I don't know if that to me suggests that she felt she was his
But
prisoner and could not
do you
leave.
think she would have told that Uber to wait and do not leave? You think she would have just left that Uber outside if she know she was going if she was going back in there to do that? Don't you think she would have said, "Hey, let me let the Uber know that I'ma stay."
I'm going to cancel this ride. Exactly.
Do you think that she would just go in there and just never come back out to go tell these people that she ain't coming no more? Because you
Oh
sound
wait,
because you don't sound like you being fair. So you would be that one juror that would have it to be another trial. Because why would I go and order an Uber? Okay, I'm ordering the Uber because I'm ready to go. First of all, they didn't piss me off. Okay, cool. I go out there. Okay, they say God is calling. I'm brainwashed to believe that this is God. Okay, let me answer God. Because it's probably not that bad. Let me go ahead and answer God. Because if you think about it, she didn't say he hit her. She said the women was doing all the extra stuff. Okay, so let me see what he want. for the last time. Wait right here. Please don't leave. And she go in there and she know she finna go, quote unquote, what everybody thinks she make love. You don't think that she would be like, let me go ahead and cancel that Uber, or even him, cancel that Uber so they won't be sitting in front of the house. You know how he is. Cancel that Uber so they won't be sitting in front of the house. I don't want nobody thinking nothing going on. Y'all know how he is. Come on now. Do you think she would or he would let her leave that Uber sitting outside waiting on her when we know damn well they finna go when she knew in her mind that she was about to have sex, make love, because making love take a long time.
I'm not sure
That
what
mean you
question
finna
you're
get
asking.
into it. Do you
Yeah,
think
I'm
that
not
she
sure
would have
what
left
question you're
that
asking.
Uber? Do you think she would have left that Uber outside if she went in there and agreed on having sex? That's what I'm asking.
Do I think she would have left the Uber outside? So, all right,
Every time he asks you a question, you kind of go around it. I'm just trying to get a direct answer. Like,
I'm trying to get a clear understanding of what you're asking, and maybe someone else can clear up the question you're asking me.
Oh,
okay,
Because
okay, hold
okay,
on,
I'm
hold on,
go ahead,
trying
hold
go
to
on, hold
ahead,
on,
figure out.
hold
go
on.
ahead.
Just let her ask it one more time. Go ahead, ask me one more time.
So, do you think she would have left that Uber outside if she went upstairs and agreed on having sex?
I don't know. I don't know what her mind state is. So I don't know whether she then went up there to go have sex. I don't know whether she went up there to just go say goodbye and come back out.
Okay, but you
That's
know
not.
him, right?
No, I don't know him
You know how
either.
he is, right?
And I don't know none of these people. No.
You don't even know. So you hold on. Wait, so you don't know him?
Oh,
Yeah,
do
but
you
brother,
know
you
him?
said
You
you thought
know
he
him?
was a bad person. You already said you thought he's horrible, man.
Yeah, I
Pretty
do
much.
Right.
think. I mean, I do think he's a bad person. I just don't know him. Like,
Based off of what we have
I'm
seen,
clueless.
based off of what the things that you have seen with him, you can say that you don't know him.
no, no
You
one on this panel knows him.
No, I'm not saying personally. I'm saying based off of what the things that you have seen about Nature Boy.
And know him in which way? Like, what do you want me to know of him? Like, in what way should I know him?
Oh Lord.
I
All
think
right,
she just
so yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know if we're going to get past that. I think he's stated his views about what he feels regarding the burden of proof on that charge, right? Yeah. So, and people, there's going to be people that disagree. I don't think it's that. I think they proved it. That's my view of it, and I think they proved it in an expert way. You know, I think the prosecution was very detailed about just the main points. Of course, a lot of the main points may not have a lot of what people want to hear about him. Because look, we all want to hear everything. We want to hear them play the video where he's talking about, I let him play with my thing. After we want the jury to hear all that shit, but it ain't gonna happen. But on those specific charges, I don't see how. And the question that the sister asked about the Uber, I didn't hear that question I didn't hear them ask that question in the court hearing. Did they ask that question, sister, that you posed?
No, they didn't ask that question. I
No.
was just asking him because he was saying she had a way to leave and this and that. Okay, but somebody who I've been around for a couple of years, um, and I go back up there and I see what he wants. And we all know how Nature Boy is. You saying we don't know him personally. We don't know him personally. Like, that's not our friend, but we know him for what he have showed us, and we know him for what he been doing online for 7-8 years. You can literally know a person. You can literally at least, what word am I looking for? Get to know somebody from watching some of the stuff that they do. I don't have to literally see you graping somebody. But if a hell of people come out and say that that's stuff that you do, I'm not gonna be the one to say I don't believe it. Just because I didn't see it, I don't want to see you do that shit. I don't
So
want to. I
you're
don't
not
want.
saying like does he know him personally? You're saying based
Right.
off the facts of everything we've seen, the character that we've watched, the person that we've seen him prove himself to be, is he the type that would do that? My answer would be yes. That's what I said when I first came on, that a lot of people get tried off their character. not really evidence. And even though that's not fair, that's just really what happens a lot. And I believe that they did show the jury that he is definitely capable of
Yeah.
thinking he could do something like that and getting away with it.
And that's the
And
thing.
did you hear the
He admitted. He admitted to it. He said, "Yeah, she told me no, but she's my property." Like
Yeah.
he admitted, and being capable, we're capable of doing a lot of things. That doesn't mean that we have done those. You know what I'm saying? But he has said, like, yeah, she said no, but she's mine. She's my property. That's it. To me, it's case closed. Just another quick little update for y'all. I guess they're re-looking at the revenge P videos and the interrogation video. So I'm not sure which one, if that was for the victim or for Nature Boy. But those are the questions that they asked the judge, and that's what they're looking over.
Aya getting up there and saying that she did it. I wonder if they're thinking about that, like, but they have to. I know they have not followed him like we do, so they don't have the same mindset that we have about him. Like, and I understand what she means when she says we know him, because there's people that I've never met before, but I've seen them on the internet and I've interacted with them through live videos, through chat, and things like that. And I feel like I actually know that person, and based off what we know about him, yes, most definitely he would do it.
And then did you hear the prosecutor say, do we have evidence like a video? No.
There's so many other videos they could use too. I just, but they don't relate to the crime at hand, which is crazy. That's what I'm saying. They charged him. There's so many more charges that they could have stuck on him that would have stuck completely. There would have been guilty without a second thought about it. They wouldn't even be asking questions because they would have seen it live footage. The video. Did they they didn't show the video of him smacking Loyal, did they?
No, they didn't. But do you think the state proved their case? Do you think they met their burden of proving the accusations on March 24th?
That's it. Not really. I think they could have done a better job. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about, did they meet their, the criteria. But at the same time, I guess maybe we just wanted more, as people who've been following it. Maybe it wasn't dramatic enough for us. Maybe they did meet their burden. But honestly, I'm so I would be questioning it.
Let me just answer this comment right here, because there was a request. Play this video of Janae and give your thoughts. Okay, and then the next comment was, I bet you won't play. Actually, you incorrect about you would lose that bet. If I don't want to play it, I won't play it. If I do, I do. I don't even know what the video's about, but I'm not a person that believes I have to hide something to prove a point. You see what I mean? I'm willing to play both sides of this debate. I'm willing to hear people from both sides of it, because it's actually my firm opinion that that's how the public comes out with a stronger view and with where to go, how we progress. Hiding it, I don't need to hide it. I mean, we've been playing Nature Boy clips. I mean, those are his clips. They're actually his clips. They're not my clips. We've been talking about the different perspective. Was he acting? Is he acting? Is that a defense? I mean, and I'm willing to hear different people's perspective on it, because I firmly believe that that's how you should do it. But I also have an obligation to be able to review what I'm playing, just so I don't waste people's time, that's all. So I'm going to try to review a video. There was also another video sent to me, which I'm trying to check out while I have a moment, because I'm trying to prepare a few things. Carbonation interrogation audio, Velvet, Brianna, and essay expert Georgia versus Eligio, Nature Boy. But yeah, so I'm just trying to review it real quick, and I don't have an issue with playing it, but I want the dialogue to continue. So it was a useful dialogue that was happening right now. So give me a break, give me a second, and I will try my best to get to both videos.
Well, you're doing a good job.
I think
just
they
want
was
to tell
talking.
you that. You're
go
doing a
ahead.
really good job.
Yeah, you definitely are.
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank
they
you.
talking about the video with her saying that they made love and this and that. First and foremost, they said that they couldn't play the video. They couldn't use that. The defense couldn't use that video because um she basically was still like she
Under
still
duress.
felt like she yeah, and she felt like she still had some type of loyalty towards them. She wasn't fully all the way in her right own mind. So it was something, what is that word? It was inconsistent. And that's why they brought in the experts to come and talk about it. You know, tell them how are people minds, just like Eligio Bishop played on these people minds. They got people who study how are people when they come out of cults, how are people when they have been raped and been in a situation like that, how are their minds afterwards and stuff like that. That's why they had them people come in to let the jurors know that yeah, she might have said this, but in that moment she wasn't really in her mind. Just like all these
Mhm.
people when they said they only got away. A lot of these people only left because they was in their own mind. They didn't hear him all day talking all the time, and they had time to think. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so
You know, and
Well,
at that time, she considered herself a wife, right? Now, I am married, and I've been married to my husband for a long time. There has been times that he has wanted some, and I've said no, and he's continued, and I've just laid there like a stiff board and let him. Do I consider that rape? No. You know what I mean? But I wasn't enthused. That goes back to the person who said we were talking about should you be enthused with sex. You know, I wasn't enthused at all. I did, but I don't feel like my husband, you know, graped me. You know,
right.
so
And
it's just
two,
it's a sticky situation with that one. You know, but it all goes back to the fact that they they weren't their minds were not right. You know, they had been washed with all of this nonsense and they were just trying to do what pleased him, you
yeah.
know. And even though she may not have wanted to, she went ahead and did it. She considered it making love at that time, but it was more of a master manipulation that he put upon these people, you know. So I like I said, I think they charged him with the wrong crime, but
And
we'll see.
even as like a dude, like once somebody tell you no so many times, you shouldn't even want to do it no more. Like, I don't know. Like
Exactly,
if
like I
what the hell?
I feel like that's my husband.
Yeah,
Like
like
if
if I
I'm
go
not
ask my
into this,
husband, let's have say, you know, and he'd be like, nah, and I'd be like, you know, come on, what you
but
mean?
let
No,
me ask you
I'm
let
not
me
gonna
ask
want to
you a
do it no
question.
more at that
Let me
point.
ask you a question about that. Because there's been a little conversation about that too the last couple of
Hmm.
days over, and there's been some comparisons given, like, but and some of the comparisons are like, if I and I'm not poking fun at anybody. These are really the comparison, and this came from several different people. So, but the comparison could be if I loaned you money, and I said if you asked me to borrow money, and I said no, and then later you kept asking me, and I said yeah. Yeah, I said, yeah, didn't I? You know, but what I'm saying is that can't we get more pointed when it comes to specific things like this, like grape? Like, so let's just keep it in the context of grape. Is the should the criminal grape charge, should it literally be like you say no and one time and that's it? Once you say no, you should not be asking again. Should that be part of the law? What do y'all think about that?
No, absolutely not. Like,
yeah,
like
I agree.
it's about consent. So, like, I get that people have their objections to you making analogies, and I really think it's disingenuous in a way to try to disarm you from being able to utilize tools when it comes to um, furthering a conversation. But an analogy isn't me saying that you are equal to money or you are equal to a vehicle or nothing like that. The analogy is to try to replace certain items that might be emotionally loaded in order to have us look at the facts. Can you consent even if you're not enthusiastic about your consent? Like earlier, we had a something about a wisdom tooth, and that somebody might not be enthusiastic about it being extracted, but they're giving their consent because they know it needs to be done. So, I don't think that women's autonomy should be stripped from them because we are being real pedantic and dancing around how we want to view, um, this strange gray area. Like, is that person a creep or is that person weird or whatever? Sure. Are they criminal? No.
Okay, but okay, so they're not criminal right now. Like what you're saying is that if you meet a woman and you for some reason you ask her, can you sleep with her? I'm just paraphrasing. Whatever you want to say. Can we get down, lady? Can you come home? Whatever it is, right? And she says no. In terms of grape charges, should there be a law made that a man has to stop when you ask one time and a woman says no, or vice versa? If a woman asks a man one time and the man says no, should that be the requirement? Just you said it once. Why do we have to go into this? Oh, well, let me ask you again. You told me no once, but come on, please, baby, please. Come on.
Well,
Why are you saying no? Come
I mean,
on.
I've
No.
said no when I want to say yes, but I just said no because that's part of being a tease. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't consider it rape. But then I've said no, and I meant no. And so it's hard because no does mean no. And it just depends on who's trying, and that's where it's such a thin line.
Yeah, but if you was trying to be a tease, you wouldn't take him to court.
Oh no, not
Right.
at
So
all.
I'm just talking
Not at
about
all. I
this
don't mean it
criminal
like
part
that.
of it. Yeah,
I'm
because
just
you're not
speaking
gonna,
in general.
if you really mean yes, then you're not gonna end up in a right, or would you? I don't
Right.
know, but
But if I say no and then, I'm manipulated into doing it or I'm in fear and scared, so I just say yes just to let it happen and let it get done and let it get over with so I can leave. That is
Mhm.
that is great. I mean it is.
now
But I
earlier you
don't
were
know
talking
about
about
a
your husband,
law
right?
against it. I don't
Okay,
know.
but should the law reflect that? That's what I'm asking. Should the law itself, in terms of grape, I'm not talking about in terms of loaning money or loaning a car or anything else. I'm talking about just in terms of grape, because they do write laws specific to context. It's not a general thing out there.
Well, there is a law about what you're describing. It's called harassment. So, like, if you were asking somebody over and over again, they can feel harassed. But if they consent, then that's not rape. So, you can say, look, this harassment at this point. But if
Right
you
now,
say
it's not
yes
considered.
afterwards,
Right now, it's not considered in the law. You saying?
well, no. So if you ask somebody repeatedly after they told you no, that's harassment. But if you ask
Mhm.
them repeatedly after they told you no, and then finally you say yes, that is not rape. You're still able to consent unless you are under duress.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so that's so it hangs on to the rest. Yeah, I hear you. I personally think it should just be no. I mean, even I'm just saying that, and the reason why I say it is because, look, man, nobody can read your mind. No one can read your mind. Nobody knows why you're saying no. Nobody knows, but you have a right to say no. And if you don't feel well, why should you have to say no twice? Why? Why should you? If you're talking about you want to sleep with somebody, do you care about them? Do you care about how they feel? Do you? To me, it sounds like when you don't just accept no, you don't. To me, it leans more to like you're not really caring about how they feel at all. Like you just want what you want. To me, it sounds
I
like
think
that.
he got off on her saying no. Like it made him more he likes that just the power that he has over people. And the
Mm,
fact that she said no, and then he could convince her and coerce her to, I don't know if I said that word right, but convince her to do it, you know, he liked that power. He likes to take what is not his, take
mhm.
what someone doesn't want him to have. You know what I mean? So it definitely, I believe that I would consider what happened to be that. She just wasn't in her right mind at first when she said, no, we made love, because in her mind, she didn't want to think of herself being in that situation. You see what I mean?
I got you. Anybody else want to say something about that? Miss Itali, like I can understand though there are concerns about, you want the law is written to serve as many people as possible without it harming as many people too, so it's there's laws to protect and convict, so it has to be something that's reasonable that works in society. Otherwise you're gonna something can happen too, but I would say I don't know exactly how the law can represent that, can do it, but there's a lot of things like that. Let's think about discrimination, racism, or any type of not saying it's the same thing, but if you walk into a place and you used to calling black people N-word, or you hear black people calling themselves N-word, and then you're not a black person, and should they be able to call you an N-word? Well, how do they find out? They come up and ask you, can I call you the N-word? And you say no. Should they keep going? Should they ask you why? Well, why can't I call you N-words? Is there some sort of reason why you should have to continue to explain?
No.
Or can you just say, yo, I don't like that word. Why the fuck? What? Like, you're going to keep calling me that? You're going to keep saying N-word in my face now?
It's like you got to make it clear immediately. But in this situation, she clearly was under duress. I mean, it is what it is. It's Stockholm syndrome. They were, like I said, there's so many other charges out there that they could have stuck him with instead of this one.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, folks, I'm gonna for this moment, I'm gonna close it down, and I'm gonna pass it over to Shaka. Shaka, you can take over from here and let me know what you want to do. I don't think the verdict's gonna come. It might come at the end of the day, but they took lunch. They got a few more hours left to do their verdict. I need to shut down shop for the moment, and then I can come back later on. But Shaka, if you want to take over, Shaka is he's the brother who runs the MAAT FOREVER channel. He's a good brother. He's been around for 20 years on YouTube. Even before YouTube existed, he's got radio experience. And so, I picked up a lot of pointers. I want to thank everybody for coming out today. And regardless of what your opinions were, as long as they were expressed in a polite and respectful manner. And I believe everybody here that's come up on the panel has done that. And I believe that that's what helps this conversation go further and helps the public get more enlightenment. And we need to have enlightenment about many of these things we've been discussing. So I want to thank everybody personally for contributing to the cast. We're going to find out one way or the other. If it's not today, it's going to be a cliffhanger till Monday. But we will be finding out. So, yeah, Shaka, go ahead, brother. Your audio is off.
Thank you, V Bennett. Yeah, thank you, V Bennett. Well, everybody, feel free to join me on my panel. I'll share the link. I don't know if you can put it. Thank you, brother. Well, it's a less one, but it's MAAT FOREVER, as you can see, all in one. MAAT then FOREVER, MAAT FOREVER. You have the link in the chat, the link to the actual live stream. Okay, so I don't know
Where's
if you
that
can
at?
maybe let.
Where's the link?
It's
Put it in the back
isn't
chat. Did I? Hold on, let me see, because it comes
join
up
us
late
here. Yeah,
sometimes.
join us here.
There
Oh
we go.
yeah, it takes a few
Boom.
seconds. Yes.
Well, you guys,
Boom.
I'm going to jump down, but I just wanted to
Yeah,
tell you,
go for it.
thank you guys so much for letting me come up. Later on when the, jury comes out, I might come back up. I appreciate you guys allowing me up here. I respect you guys. You're doing great work, and I just want to say thank you.
Oh,
Keep
you're
doing
welcome.
it.
You're welcome, definitely. And Justin, you also welcome, brother, too. Thanks for sharing the time with us, man. I know it's not easy to give alternative look or an opinion that maybe people don't agree with at times, but it was useful. It was useful because we were able to have a conversation, with that, different sides of this. And we always say that over here, Different sides are very useful. We need that. Even if you don't agree, I don't think it's a problem, because I think the conversation allows people to ponder things that maybe they never heard before. You see? So without that, then we can't really do it. But since it's my channel, I'm going to advise all the brothers out there. This is not criminal advice, though. This is just advice. When a woman, or ladies too, when a woman or man says no, an adult, and hopefully you ain't even thinking about nothing like this with kids, please, you should burn. But women and adults, women, men, when an adult says no, take my advice. Just let it be. You come off stronger that way. You know? Yeah.
Well, you guys have a good day, okay?
Yeah. Peace to you.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. Peace to you, Justin. Yeah. I'm going to throw on a little bit of music. I'm going to post the rest of the comments. Everybody, please go over to Shaka's panel. He's going to be carrying on from this point on. I don't know if you hit the live button yet, Shaka. Did you?
Hold on. Where am I?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I started. I started. I'm
Okay.
actually streaming your stuff right now. So
Okay,
I'm going to take
bro.
over now. Well, great,
Okay.
great job, brother VB. Great job. And everybody, feel free to join me on my panel. I'm gonna, I started the stream, so I'm gonna go over there. All right. So
peace
to everybody.
Time.